Now, okay. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of the podcast that still has no title that I still have to figure out. It's me, your boy, Chris Chonch. Here are the other boys and
I'm
boys.
also Jones.
All right, Chonch.
No.
Moo. Thank you. I'm joined by Wesley and Haller again. Well, this is technically our first time all three of us together. So
With cameras.
with cameras, yes. So I don't feel alone and not talking to still images. So I don't feel like the asshole. All right.
Yeah.
So how you guys been?
Tired.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I definitely was sleeping about 20 minutes ago, so
Yeah.
I'm awake.
Yeah, because we're recording this at like 2:30. Excuse me, 12:30. In the AMs. But yeah, guys, good to see you guys. Your faces, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how we do this. You guys want to talk about your weeks?
Cheeks.
Okay. Thanks for the weekly report for that, Wesley. Well, you got anyone wants to go first for their weeks?
Sure, I'll go first.
All right.
Wow.
I mean,
Okay.
I don't look. I just jumped in. So, I mean, my week as far as gaming goes, I pretty much played League with Wesley so far, and like, family members. And then I dove back into Death's Door a little bit. Such a good game. I love it. I love it so much.
I still have to play it.
But other than that, man, like just working
Chilling.
on stuff. Yep, working on stuff, chilling.
Okay.
That's about it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No, that's fair, man. That's all I have to say. Wesley?
Literally nothing really. Job applications, playing a bunch of League, which is beyond me. But dude, that new game mode, man, I cannot put it down like at all.
Yeah, it's good.
It's literally like you pick one champion, and your whole team, or like everyone in your team picks a champion they might want to play, and then it randomizes all of the 5 champions that you guys picked. So everyone has to pick that same one while you're versing a team of another champion or the same one that you guys picked.
I
So
think I get it.
So imagine there's 5 of you versus 5 of Haller.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a lot.
You all get the same champion.
Yeah.
It's called One for All. And you all get whoever, like 5 people can pick different champions, and then whichever one gets randomly selected through the randomizer, you all get that same champion to play as. So it would be like 5 Yasuos or 5.
So everyone's like playing the same character essentially?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
on
like
your team,
equal
yes.
ground?
So
No.
5 on your team get the same character, and then 5 of the other team get the same character of who
Yeah.
they pick. Each
Huh.
team picks a different one.
Okay. I think I kind of get it. If I were to see it, then maybe I understand a little bit more.
I'll send you large quantities of videos.
Oh wait,
I get it. I get it now.
Send the.
He's like, no, I get it.
I get it. I fully understand.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yasuo, yeah.
Yasuo.
Hold on, I could literally just take the screenshot of previous games and just post it on the chat real quick.
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna send you videos now.
Okay, I don't know how to do videos, but I could do screenshots easily.
Screenshot video compilation.
So let me get the Malphite game real quick. Hold on.
Oh, I said, yeah. Let me get one where I did good.
I can't go that far. It's only 20 games. Damn.
Oh no, you still have the screenshot right here. Oh well, that's like the end game. It doesn't matter.
That's in the yeah. It's mainly for you can see like all the everyone's on the same character.
League.
League of Leagues, Legions.
League is so
Legions.
much fun, dude.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I believe you guys.
non-believer. It's okay.
Yeah, okay, I thought League wasn't good at first.
hmm
That was like, it's like just a fucking toxic game with a bunch of like
Listen,
annoyingly sweaty people.
Mostly
It's toxic.
Koreans.
Wow.
No, okay.
All I know is that it's really popular in Korea. All right, that's all I know. Specifically,
Yeah.
like MOBAs. MOBAs are super popular in Korea.
Oh,
Oh, it's downloading it. Don't worry about that. They didn't even send a picture. That's dumb.
It's okay. I'll see it. I'll see it at another time.
Yeah, no, it's not worse.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I pasted the picture. You can see like on the little
Oh yeah,
on the
there you go.
left. It's like all the little icons. It's all the champions.
So one team has the same one, another team has the same one. That's it.
Yeah.
oh. Oh.
You could see I did the best on the whole team because I'm at the top with the yellow name.
I was the best one. I still don't understand how League plays, so seeing that score just didn't make sense to me.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay. I'll go back to
It's-
my hole.
So
You
they
can just
killed.
keep playing King of Fighters 19 or whatever.
All right,
Yeah.
first of all, we're on the 15th one, all right? And
My
second
bad.
of all, it's Guilty Gear Strive as well, all right?
I know you consider yourself an LTG, so
Yeah.
you know.
No, I'm not LTG, bro. I'm high tier scrub, all right? Or high bracket high bracket scrub. That is my fighting game name, all right? High
HBS
bracket.
got it.
Yeah.
That's
HB.
honestly, that's such a vibe. Just a high tier beginner player.
Yeah, that's a
High-
good. That's a good name. I would definitely watch a guy that names himself that,
High bracket scrub.
and then I would report you every time.
Yeah. Oh man, that I kind of want to go into that because it's just like I saw like a couple more compilations of LTG freakouts, but
Oh no.
I don't want to mention him because he's like one of those people that is just like super toxic. So even the mention of
Yeah.
him is like not worthy. So I'll just push that to the side. But anyways, Wesley, anything else besides being the best of League?
I mean, I did say I had like interviews and stuff, or like phone calls for interviews.
Oh, it's job hunting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. Nothing else?
I don't know if it's just me, but your video is just constantly loading
Mine?
on my screen. I don't know
No,
if
it's not happening for me.
weird.
So I think it's just a Wesley problem here.
Probably just me.
Yeah,
oh well.
you're outing yourself, bro.
What the fuck?
All right. So I guess it's my turn then.
Yeah.
Damn, guys, you guys had a fucking short ass week. Fucking
It's literally the same day mushed into one.
yeah,
I
that's
was
fair.
gonna say I have a pretty much similar day most days, so
Yeah, nah, I get you. Nah, I didn't really do anything that much. Like, I started Guardians of the Galaxy, the Square Enix
Okay.
one.
oh yeah.
I like it. I really like it. I don't really like Marvel stuff that much anymore, but I have to say I really enjoyed the James Gunn like Guardians of the Galaxy movies. I think the only other Marvel movie that I was like hyped for was obviously Spider-Man.
Mhm.
But the game is really good. This is the weird thing because it's a very talk heavy game because the game tries to make you care for the characters obviously. But the neat thing about it is that its story is contained in like its own world rather than like solely dependent on the movies. Even the comics kind of like they throw references to like the comics and stuff. But it doesn't necessarily need you to be the biggest Marvel nerd to be like, oh yeah, I know that reference. I mean the game won I think like a couple awards for its narrative, which is neat because it's very well worth it. The only thing I have to say is that the version I'm playing, I'm playing the PS5 version, and there are moments where there's just straight up bugs that happen and glitches. So the first glitch that I ran into was for some reason Drax, Gamora, and Rocket, whenever there's like no combat happening, would be in like battle ready position. So like Gamora would have her sword out, same thing with Drax, and Rocket will be in the position of holding a gun, but he's not holding anything. So it's just these weird moments where I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if the game's bugged out at some point, but eventually it stopped, but then it started up again. Like when I first noticed it, I was on the ship, the Star-Lord's ship, the Milano. And when you're on the ship, you pretty much have moments to talk to like the rest of the characters and like see what they're up to. So when I noticed like the weapons were out, was I sparked up a conversation with Drax, and Drax had his like arms crossed. But what was weird was that you saw spikes coming out of his back, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" So when the conversation ended, I looked around Drax and I see, oh, his swords are out. Okay, that's weird. All right, I guess that's a minor thing. And then another bug happened where so the game does like a lot of cameos of like other like Marvel characters. I think one character specifically is like Jack Flag, who's like I don't know this that well, but like Jack Flag is supposed to be like some kind of like Captain America-esque guy, possibly.
For like Britain?
Yeah, like he's in one of the Captain America comics, Jack Flag. But he shows up in the game as like a prisoner, because he's just in like a holding cell. So there's like this little interaction you have with him where he's like, "Oh, like get me out of this holding cell," and you're like, "Okay, I'll try to get you out," and we accidentally like launch him into space. So that was pretty much the gag. But like this happened like maybe in like chapter 4 or 5, and then I'm like on chapter like 10 or 12, and I'm back on the ship, and then for some reason Jack Flag is on the ship with us. Like I can't interact with him or anything. His character model is just there. And I was just wigged out because I'm like, wait, why is he here? Because like I just saw him like near the like the front part of the ship, and I was just like, is he important to the plot or anything? And I just couldn't interact with him. He was just there. And then as soon as I went to go do a mission and come back, he was gone. It was just
Yeah, it's probably just a visual glitch.
yeah, like that was the thing, is that like he technically had like a like like a box, like a hitbox technically, because like you couldn't go through him. Like you could only just like go around him, which was the weird thing. But I don't know. But yeah, I still have like a couple more chapters of the game to go through. The plot is pretty good. Even like for standard like Marvel stuff. I kind of like the direction it goes into. That it kind of like, I want to say subverts your expectations, but it's just like, oh, it was something that I'm like, I didn't really see that coming. That's neat, I guess. But it feels weird because of the fact that like it feels like this game is long, but I've only been playing it for like 10 hours, I want to say, in total. And there are straight up moments where like there are chapters that end that feel like this should be the ending. And then I look at like my character progression, and I'm like, wait, I don't have all the stuff for my character, so this can't be the ending. And it just keeps going and going, and it's like it doesn't become a drag, but it's just like it feels like they could have just cut it right here, and it's like, all right, we're announcing Guardians of the Galaxy 2 next year. And I think overall I'm really enjoying it. And this was the thing, because like I know Haller was joking about like streaming it. I was just like, just stream it. But that game is such a DMCA bomb that it makes it impossible to like. Well, I mentioned this on the Discord that like, yes, I could stream it, but the problem is that there are moments where the game really utilizes its licensed music,
Right.
and it for cutscenes they just straight up like, there's no audio in the background. They just straight up cut it. There's even a part of the game where it uses a song for the characters. Like the characters sing a licensed song for a puzzle, and it's very important to the actual part of that. So they're using like an instrumental version of the licensed songs while the characters are singing along to it.
Right.
So it's like you can't really get away with that in a way.
The
But
one video you posted where they were fighting to Rickroll.
yeah, the Rick Astley comes on.
Yeah. So
Yes.
seeing that, I understand now that
Yeah.
like if it's like that most of the game,
Yeah.
you're gonna get taken down on YouTube, on Twitch, anything. So
because I believe the game does have streamer mode, but streamer mode is like one of those iffy things where it's like, like I said, the audio can be just straight up muted, or they replace the music. So luckily there is the option of like actually replacing some of the music, because there is a fictitious band by the name of Star-Lord that it's a heavy metal group, and they play the songs, and the songs are actually pretty good. Like I think they also won awards as well
nice.
for the music. But that's the thing, is that like I feel like the licensed music really makes the experience better. Not to say that the Star-Lord music is bad. It's just I felt something when Culture Club Tumble for Ya came on, and I'm just shooting dudes with my blaster, and I'm sending my tree man to do tree man stuff, and my crazy rocket raccoon friend to do shit, and you're just blasting at dudes, and this dumb little song is on, and it's fun. The same thing with like with like Rick Astley coming on with that moment, and it's just like, man, yeah, I feel like the experience would be hindered if you're not listening to the licensed music. But I'm just one of those people that really like 80s pop music. And
now I'm thinking of Tumble for You.
Yeah, I was listening it today. Like I was listening to the song today, and I was like, man, it's a good song. It's short, but it's pretty good. I'm trying to think. Do I have anything more to say about Guardians of the Galaxy? No, I think if you're interested in the game, I'd say pick it up, especially for like relatively cheap, because it's pretty extensive in its story. So like you're gonna have a good time with it. Like because it's also one of those games where its gameplay is obviously a third-person shooter with like some ally tactics stuff going on. So like you send Gamora to go stagger this dude while Drax goes over and staggers the guy again, and then you can use Rocket to like throw a grenade or throw a gravity grenade that pulls everyone together, and then you use Groot to hold someone down. So like you're using some kind of tactics, and then throughout the course of the game you do get like elemental stuff that plays into like the story of like Star-Lord. So yeah, you have the choices of like ice, wind, electricity, and fire. Fire being like the last one, and they kind of tell you that like some enemies are weak to these elements, and you can use that to your advantage.
Are all those elements inside of the main character?
Yeah, just okay. Star-Lord. Yeah, he uses it from his guns.
Gotcha.
And then like the one thing that that kicks off the music is your special. Essentially, that's what it's called. It's like Team Huddle. And that's why I'm pretty sure you saw it from my Twitter. It's just like you see everybody like Star-Lord's like, everybody hold up, Team Huddle, and then everybody like comes in and like gives you like their perspective of like what's going on in the battle. And essentially you have to make a choice. Yeah, essentially you have to make a choice of like, all right, what do I say? And if I pick the right choice, then everybody gets amped up, and you get like a damage boost essentially.
That's cool.
So if you choose the wrong thing, the music still plays, but you don't get that boost. It's funny because like the first time I made like a bad choice, okay, when you make a good choice, everybody's like, yeah, thanks Peter, like thanks for the words of confidence. All right, let's go out there and kick butt. And then if you pick the bad choice, everybody's like, what the fuck are you saying, man? Like what? Okay, whatever. And then everybody just turns around and leaves. It's also funny because like nobody says fuck. Everybody like uses the word flark as fuck instead. Jesus. because I forget what the rating for this game is T. So yeah, they use like they changed the word for fuck and shit. I think like scut for shit and flark for fuck.
Yeah.
So it sometimes takes me out of the moment where like whenever Rocket is like this flarker, and it's like okay, I get it. But apparently it's actually something they use in the comics, to not actually curse. So
Yeah.
it's it's a reference in a way. But yeah, so that's actually the battle combat that I was talking about. But when you're like exploring stuff, the game is very linear. It's very linear, but you do have like dialogue options and stuff like that where you're able to choose. All right. Oh, this is a perfect example. So at the beginning of the game, you go into a quarantine zone that's restricted, and you get caught. So you get caught by Nova Corps, who are the police essentially in that world, and they fine you like 9,000 credits, the world money. So you eventually have to like figure out a way to get credits, and eventually you do. So there's a moment in the game where it brings you to basically the black market planet called Nowhere, and you have your credits on you as Star-Lord, and you can go around and like buy stuff. And there are moments where the game actually straight up is like, do you want to gamble that money you made? Like, do you want to give that a shot? And I'm thinking, I'm like, I probably shouldn't because I got to pay that fine. And I'm thinking, I'm like, would it really matter? And I'm like, nah, it probably doesn't mean anything. So I spent a little bit of money on like just random assortments of stuff, like trying out like food vendors and like buying this little gadget that's supposed to take off the tracking device that the police put on. That ended up being nothing because Rocket looks at it and he's like, "Oh, this is just junk." He's like, he like Rocket straight up tells you, he's like, "Stop! If you don't know what it is, don't buy it without Rocket." And it's just like, okay, that's fair. But yeah, there was this moment where I was at like 9,000 credits, and I'm thinking, should I spend any more money? And then, I eventually get to like this little interaction with this brain that's doing the cup game. So this brain thing is just hanging down, and he's essentially like a hawker. He's just hawking at you, being like, "Oh yeah, why don't you step up, try out this little, cup game, and you can double your winnings." So I was like, all right. But even then, like, Star-Lord's like, this is not like one of these games that you're going to con me out. I pick the cup and like magically it disappears. And, the brain is like, no, don't worry about it. Like, he's like, look, to show you how honest I am, we'll play a game, and whatever, if you guess it right, you just get the winnings. So I was like, okay, cool. So he does it. I picked the right cup, and he's like, see, there you go. I'm honest. And he's like, do you want to try again? So I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll try again. And then he does it, and I pick the cup, and nope, no ball. So then he's like, so the brain's like, yeah, well, that happens. Gotta go. And he just leaves. And he takes my money, and I'm at like 8,000 credits, and I'm like, fuck, the fine. So then I get to the point of the game where I get to Nova Corps, and they're like, oh, do you want to pay your fine? And I'm like, can I pay it? I only have,
yeah, about that.
I guess I'll pay it. And I tried paying it, and it came back as like insufficient funds. And then Gamora was like, Peter, I saw you gambling our money and wasting it on vendors. She's like, I was spying on you. Why would you do that? Why would you waste our money? We still have to pay this fine. And I'm like, oh, my choices did matter. But yeah, there's some neat stuff in that game where it's like the decisions you make obviously does have a little bit of effect in the story.
Mhm.
And yeah, what I really like about it is that like a lot of the characters get their moments. Like, I think technically they've been together, like the Guardians have been together for like maybe a year or two. So they still are kind of on new grounds. So you do have like actual character moments of like Gamora admitting something, or Drax coming to terms about like something that happened to him in his past. Because in this universe, I believe it's supposed to be based off the comics. Drax killed Thanos. That's why Drax is like well known, is because he's the killer of Thanos. But there's a moment where Drax talks to you and he's like, I feel like Thanos might still be alive, like, to be honest with you. And, you know, he talks to you about his family and like that he has regrets and things like that. Like really, really like connecting moments you have, which was I was not expecting to have in this game, but like for the length it's going with, it's like this is good. This is good that they're actually doing character moments. And you know, they're right now I still have to like get through Groot's character moment. Because once you get through their character thing, they're able to do like their ultimate move. So for example, for Rocket, when Rocket overcame his fear of water, and he explains as to like why water is his fear, his ultimate move is him pulling out like god so there's one version of the Rhino from Ratchet and Clank where if you pull it out, it's like multiple guns on it. Like, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I think in Ratchet and Clank, A Crack in Time, I want to say. I think it was A Crack in Time, or Tools of Destruction. Essentially, Rocket's ultimate move is that he pulls out a gun that just turns into multiple guns and rockets and stuff like that just like piles on. Yeah. And he just like does a shit ton of damage, and it's just like one of those fun things where it's like, okay, yeah, it's cool, the ultimate moves. Yeah, they do some other interesting stuff, like the puzzle thing that I was explaining, where they use the licensed music to do this little puzzle section. Like, there's like neat stuff that they try to do, but like I was saying, is that like it's not one of these games where I feel like it's going to make you look at it and be like, man, I need to play this game now. Like, it's very, I want to say basic with its combat, but it's something that you probably played before and been like, okay, yeah, it's one of these games.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it sucks because obviously well, there was a report that came out from Square Enix saying that this game didn't hit its sales. So Square Enix is like, oh well. So who knows if there's going to be a sequel to this thing.
Feel like there's multiple Final Fantasy games that didn't hit their sales.
No, Square Enix has a problem where their financial estimates are just ridiculous and nobody knows like what the fuck were you expecting. Like we last week, me and Haller had a conversation about Stranger of Paradise, which, by the way, streaming that.
Fun game, by the way.
Yeah, fucking, it's so dumb.
Fun to watch. It's not sure if it's fun to play.
Okay, so I'll get into that because I guess that's also part of my week as well. But yeah, Stranger of Paradise was one of those things that didn't sell well in Japan, and obviously Final Fantasy is one of those well-known series in Japan because it was made in Japan, but it didn't sell well, and yeah, it just didn't reach their expectations for Square Enix. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like Square Enix has some just weird expectations. They, like most games, like some of their like good stuff are like considered to be like financial failures. I think Nier was one of those, like Nier Automata. Like people, like I think Square considered that to be a financial failure as well, but. Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong on that, but they're crazy. They're crazy people. They're crazy. So yeah, I guess the other game I played was Stranger of Paradise. Did I mention last week that I got all the achievements for Sekiro?
No.
I can't remember.
Okay. Well, I mean, you were dead, Wesley. You faded away. You were somewhere else last week. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I got all the achievements for Sekiro. I got all the achievements for Sekiro. Sekiro is a really fun game. Have you guys played it by any chance?
Yes.
Okay, so Haller hasn't, but Wesley has.
Keep asking the same question. I'm like, yeah, I've played it.
I'm just asking.
Where I'm at, and then you're like, oh yeah, right. You're bad.
I forget
about that.
I'm forgetful. All right, bro. Jesus, coming out here being like, why don't you remember better? I don't know. That's how my mind works.
Memory bank is very small.
It is, to be honest.
Definitely.
Yeah. I retain barely anything sometimes. I think I'm just having Alzheimer's in an early state. Anyways.
That's okay.
Yeah. So yeah, to ask you again, bitch ass Wesley.
Where'd you leave off?
Yeah, where were you, bro? Did you beat Sekiro?
This fucking guy. No.
Because I have a question. Because I think I remember you saying that you made the game harder on yourself.
Yes, a lot harder.
How?
There's the turning point with the pretty much you choose like which side you want to be in it with. You either go with the king or not the king, like the prince kid dude.
Kuro or your dad?
Yeah.
And you chose your dad?
Yeah, I was like, oh hey, why not? Father, what's up?
I mean, technically you're at the end of that.
Yeah, because it's a lot shorter.
Yeah, you basically cut the game in half. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's a choice literally at the midway point where your adopted father comes to you and is like, why don't you join my side, because these people are fucked anyways, so forget your master, come with me, your dad, I love you, son. And you can have the choice of like either betraying your dad and then that leads to another boss fight that continues on the game, or betraying your master and then that just cuts the game. So I did that. So obviously to get the rest of the achievements, I had to choose to join with the adopted dad, and essentially you have to beat 2 bosses. Huh?
Essentially in a row.
Yes, yeah, because you fight Emma, who's like this who's like the nurse of the grandpa. And it's interesting because she kind of gives a little bit of lore of like how she knows how to fight, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I learned from the guy I'm taking care of. Like he taught me how to fight." And you're like, "Oh shit!" And then you see that come into play where she's like, she like flips you at times and like does like fucking crazy ass sword moves. And then afterwards you have to fight the grandpa. You have to fight Ishin, I believe. And his fight is much different from the actual ending boss fight. So I would have to say, yeah, it's a little tough, that fight. But I looked up videos on how to like actually get through it, and it's actually, when you watch it, it's not that bad. So I would say, like, if you want to give it a shot again, just check out the video. I can send you a link if you want, Wesley. Wait, you know, I was gonna say, do you still have Sekiro or no?
Nope.
Okay, so never mind. I won't send you that link.
You can send me a link. I'll watch it and still not do it.
Yeah, yeah. But do you have it or no?
No.
Okay. I said no.
It was one of those games like it came out, thought about it, and then I just decided like to watch someone else play it because the Souls series has always been too hard for me. I'm sure like I could get through.
Yeah.
I'll put the time into it, but it just seems like too much of a hassle for what it is.
Yeah, I get you. And that's the thing, is that Sekiro it's a very aggressive game. Like I thought Bloodborne was aggressive, but Sekiro is like,
yeah, no, Sekiro is on the whole
other level.
No.
Yeah, because like you're essentially, the main gameplay is parrying. Like that's it. It's a rhythm essentially. But once you get a handle for it, you're like, okay, yeah, I get it. Like I can kind of do this. The only boss fight that I don't really like is the Guardian Ape. You fight a giant monkey.
Oh my god! And then you're like, aha, cool, I did it. And then you're just like, haha, yeah, no, you did it.
I give credit to that because that's still that's still a really cool moment where I guess for a little boss spoilers, is that you fight the monkey, you behead it because it has like a sword stuck in its neck. So you essentially just behead the monkey, and then the boss fight is over. And then you're trying to get through, but there's no way out, and then all of a sudden the monkey just gets back up and picks up its head. And instead of like fighting you like more like bestial in a sense, it fights you with the sword that you use to cut it off. Like it just picks up the sword and starts using the sword, but it goes in like more of like a serpentine kind of flow. And they kind of explain that essentially, so the lore of Sekiro is that the waters that are in this world are essentially like kind of parasitic, that there are these centipedes that are in the water, and the water is supposed to give you immortality. So essentially these centipedes gain this immortality and also become a parasite. So the guardian ape has been drinking that water and has that centipede host, or the centipede parasite. And that's why that monkey comes back to life, essentially, because it's like the centipede taking control. It's still pretty cool. But then you have an option where if you go visit a cave, you have to fight the headless monkey again with its partner.
Oh my god,
Okay,
yes.
Wesley knows that one. It's a little annoying, but you can actually shorten the fight. If you beat the headless monkey first, the other monkey stops. Because it's just so sad that you killed its partner. So it just stops. It's like, okay, you win. I'll stop.
I remember that fight. I literally had to kill the other one first.
Mhm.
And then I killed the headless one, and I was like, why?
Yeah, that's one of the things about the Souls games, is that like when it does like bigger bosses, it's not really that fun because the camera fights you a lot, and you know it's hard to keep track of two big bosses, especially if like they're able to like clear the arena. If like one of them's able to like jump from across like half of the arena. Yeah, there are moments where it's just like, God damn it, come on, man, just let me win this. But yeah, I did like all 4 endings, I believe. I got the normal ending, obviously, for my first playthrough. I went to do the purification ending, which is like you have to go get a different like item at the end that you can use at the end of the game, and then the Shura ending, which is where Wesley got stuck on, where you betray your master. And then the 4th one, I think, is Homecoming, where Elden Ring had this, where it's a multi-step quest, and then you get an item at the end that's like you can use this at the end, and you get a different ending. I recommend it. I don't know why every time I see it on sale, it's still fucking $30, which is insane.
It was like, did it get Game of the Year?
Yes, yeah, of
That would make
2019.
sense then why.
Yeah, but like Resident Evil 2 came out the same year, and you see that game like go for sale like $15.
Yeah, but again,
Yeah, Game of the Year. Yeah, that's fair. It's
nobody cares
weird.
about Resident Evil crap, you know?
I really
Garbage.
like Remake 2 though. I really like that game.
Yeah, it was a good game, man.
It was really good.
It's also hard to like when a game's remade, it's something you've already played, so those
Yeah.
games are always harder to sell again.
Yeah, but I feel like with Remake 2 was it was similar but also different. And I think that's why people really vibe with it, because it's like, oh, I know this setting, it's really familiar. I kind of remember the steps from the original game, but it's adding new elements to it. Obviously, with like the zombie stuff, where like if you shoot the limb of the zombie, it falls off, and you see like this gore stuff happening. But the caveat was Resident Evil Remake 3. The 3rd game, people did not like that one, and I kind of liked it when I played it. The problem with 3 was that it tried to do new stuff, but it also cut out some of the stuff that people liked from the old game. Because one of the things about the original Resident Evil 3 was that you can choose certain like pathways. Like you had like choices of like, oh, does Jill want to fight Nemesis now, or does Jill want to avoid Nemesis now? And that was the thing, is that they completely took that out of the Remake 3, and they shortened the game. Because there were moments where, like, I think when I was streaming the game, Wade came in, and he's like, yeah, I think at the time he finished the game, and he was like, yeah, he's like, I don't know, like, I was a little conflicted because, like, they took out some of the good stuff that made the original game good.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, like, that's the thing with remakes and stuff. It's like, remakes or remasters, well, specifically remakes, is that like the problem is that there can be some good stuff, but there can also be some bad stuff if you like follow how the original game went. Obviously people might like that, or people might not like that, where it's like it's just the same game all over again.
Yeah.
But if you take out some of the old stuff and try to do newer things, people are like, well, it's not the same game then. So, you know, it depends. But yeah, I think Resident Evil 2 was up for, I think it was a nominee for Game of the Year that year. Then obviously Sekiro won.
Yeah, cause Sekiro.
But it's so weird because it's like that game won Game of the Year, and I don't know, was our Souls games like, were they niche still technically?
No idea.
No idea either.
Neo already came out, right?
Yeah, Neo already came out.
So then I don't think so. I think they were pretty mainstream at that point.
Yeah, but Neo's Neo. I think to put it in simple terms is like Neo is, I feel like it's something of its own thing. Like it still has elements of Souls, but Neo was its own thing. But Sekiro obviously was coming from Software. It still has elements of a Souls game, but it was so different that I guess I feel like maybe it kind of broke the nicheness because it was so different. But
I think the storyline in Sekiro was easier to follow.
it's still a little. It's
It's like
Souls
yes and
games
no.
were very like
they're vague. They're vague as fuck.
yeah.
No, I agree with that.
I think a lot of the story came from items now.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of people
That's
were.
a lot of mainstream people, I would assume. Like
Yeah.
normal people, me
Just-
myself included. I don't read. No, I won't do that.
I don't know what's going on, but fuck it, I guess. Yeah.
Dude, Destiny, so much lore is in like these little books they drop, or
Yeah.
and I'm like, I'll just watch a YouTube video later. I'm good.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, like
Yeah.
I think the reason why I like the vagueness, but the thing is that like I kind of need it explained to me as if I was like in 5th grade. So that's why I look up like lore videos and shit. Like like even though Sekiro was a little bit easier to understand, there was still some vagueness to it that I had to look up lore videos and kind of be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But even then, there was like some elements of that game where it was still kind of vague. Like, for example, the centipedes, like how the fucking centipedes became so crazy smart that they can become parasites and essentially control their hosts. And it's just like, that's just up in the air. There was a lot of like speculations from the Souls community that Sekiro was going to get DLC. The only thing it got was an update for like a boss gauntlet, and that was it. Like no DLC or anything. And it sucks because there was some stuff obviously that was left vague that could have been DLC. So I don't know. It's still a good game overall. I still enjoyed my time with it. It was fun getting the 100%. I'm still debating whether or not I should 100% another Souls game, but I mean, like that was the thing is that like when I replayed Sekiro, I just came off Elden Ring and I was like, I got everything in Elden Ring. I kind of want to play another Souls game. And I'm like, all right, let's go back to Sekiro. It's different.
Elden Ring was a lot of fun to watch, man.
Elden Ring
Again,
is
I don't think
such a
I'd
good
play
game.
it, but it was really fun to watch.
It's such a good game. It's such a good game. I like the open world. I really do. Even though I've seen people complain that the game just uses like similar bosses from Dark Souls 3. I don't care.
Similar bosses.
Yeah, because people have complained that like some of the bosses have like similar animations to previous Souls bosses. So people think that essentially what they're doing is a lazy job of just, recycling assets that they have, but it's like it's their assets. Yeah. And on top of that, the game is a little different enough that, it doesn't necessarily feels like a Dark Souls boss. Because what was it? Elden Ring had the same thing as Sekiro had with like its posture stuff, but it was still kind of invisible in Elden Ring, where if you broke an enemy's posture, you can stagger them and like they'd be staggered for a good while. Where I think Dark Souls 3 didn't have that. I could be wrong. Never mind. Just forget what I said. I could be wrong. I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong.
I agree. You're always wrong.
I'm always wrong.
Always.
But Elden Ring is just so much fun because it's so open and like the amount of stuff that people find and just its weirdness I really like.
Oh yeah, I remember we were talking about that where you were like, where that one person found that 999 wall.
Oh yeah, the wall that had health.
Yeah, and that
Yeah.
then you were just like, it makes you question what other walls in the game have health
Yeah, because
that no one's realized.
the Souls games are known for having hidden walls, and now Elden Ring added hidden floors. So everybody's looking for like hidden floors and shit. So
Oh yeah, there was one in one of the broken um what was it? Broken churches.
Mhm.
And like to one of the secret dungeons, you have to like hit the wall, the floor.
yeah, I've heard that, like, I forget which boss it was, but there's like a catacomb boss that if you hit the floor after you finish that boss, there's another boss underneath it.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
I heard, like, that's apparently a thing. I gotta find it, but that's what I'm saying. Is that, like, I feel like I saw the good amount of bosses in that game, but at the same time, there could be more stuff that just is.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's just more
Yeah,
stuff,
but
and
that's also kind of like cool things that like those types of games. Maybe not those types of games, but what video games in general are like, I guess, good for. Because I can't remember the game I'm thinking of right now, but they're still finding um like little things later on in the years of the game's been out for like 20 years something. Uh, so I mean, again, I can't remember the game off the top of my head. I had read something on Twitter. Somebody just found a new thing in it. Um,
oh, I
but
think I know what you're talking about.
but
Yeah,
that'll be. I feel like Elden Ring will be one of those things. Like
yeah. People,
in
someone's
10
always
years from now, someone will be like, "Oh my god, we didn't check the switch on the wall that opened the gate and
yeah.
the cellar." Blah 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 blah. You know.
I think a channel that I would recommend is if you want to find like more secrets of like stuff in Elden Ring, this YouTube channel by the name of Zuli the Witch, spelled with a Z. She does like out of boundary stuff where she like basically uses a free roam camera to like look around, and she's found like a crazy amount of like hidden little details and stuff like that. This kind of brings back to the whole thing of like reuse assets. It wasn't necessarily something in the game. It was in the game's code that from Dark Souls 3's PC code had some unused assets that she was able to bring up, that Elden Ring used that old asset to make a new boss in this game. So she's like finding like codes and stuff of like bosses that were originally promised in an older game but came out in Elden Ring instead. So one example is this wolf boss you fight, the red wolf, and it does like magic and shit. Apparently in Dark Souls 3, that boss was supposed to exist like originally, but they just never put it in.
You know what it didn't do in Dark Souls 3? Exists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, man, just I
Yeah.
want to make sure you understand.
I understand. I guess. Yeah. I kind of actually want to go back and replay through Dark Souls 3.
Do it.
I'll do it, bro. You don't know me.
I know you slightly. So I'm actually super excited about talking horribly about Marvel's Avengers, just so you know.
Oh, the thing that's here?
Yeah, the thing that you sent me.
Okay. Yeah. We'll get. Yeah, we'll get into that. I guess I'm trying to think anything else I did with my week. I'm trying to catch up on Better Call Saul. Season 5 just came out on Netflix, so I'm trying to catch up with that.
I'm so excited.
Apparently, season 6 is going on now, which is crazy.
It's the last one, isn't it?
I believe so, but I think they had to delay it because I think Bob Odenkirk got hurt, and they had to delay production because obviously he was recovering. But yeah, season 5. What is his name? Michael Mando, the guy who played Voss in Far Cry 3. He's in Better Call Saul as Nacho Vargas.
Oh yeah.
He's a really good actor. He's really he's very good. It's weird not to see him in any other things because he's very good. But yeah, Better Call Saul. I think I just finished episode 2. I still got to get through the rest of season 5. I finished Pieces of Her. That was something I talked about last week that I was watching with Tony Collette. It was a good show.
It's called Pieces of Her.
Pieces of Her, yeah.
Okay.
I liked it, but there are moments where the show kind of frustrated me. Where you ever watch a show and like it's filled with mystery, and I feel like the only way it could be solved if the people just talked, like just have a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, like the characters and stuff. Yeah.
yeah. That was my frustration with the show. Is just like, so basically the mom of the show, Toni Collette, has like this secret thing that she's hiding from her daughter, and her daughter is essentially piecing it together. And there are straight up moments where her daughter is like, "Be honest with me," and Toni Collette's character is like, "I can't really, and I'm gonna try to," but then even then she's leaving out details, and her daughter's like, "You're fucking lying to me again," and it's just like, just tell her the truth. That's it.
Yeah, so I mean, like, that's part of why the show is that way, to make you do that.
Yeah, obviously the story has to go. Like there has to be
Right.
a reason for the story to continue. But I was just straight up frustrated sometimes where it's just like, bitch, just talk to your daughter. Just talk to her.
Josh was watching his soaps, yelling at the screen.
Yeah.
I'm yelling at them. It's almost just like, it's like Kamen
Kiss me,
Rider.
doctor.
It's like Kamen Rider all over again. Fucking
Oh my god.
my
here we
costume
go.
heroes don't talk. Just talk, you
Kamen
motherfuckers.
Rider, so good.
So-
Kamen
God. And oh yeah, Stranger of Paradise. I've been streaming. Yeah, I think we'll just explain that coming off from the Soul stuff. I think at the same time Wesley fell asleep, but at the same time,
Nope. I'm still here.
yeah, rest in his eyes. Oh, then we're gonna hear in like 5 minutes. Yeah, Stranger of Paradise is also interesting. Stranger of Paradise is a little tough. Did you get the demo, Howler? God damn it, you didn't download it?
I've been busy, man.
Okay, that's fair. Wesley, did you try out the demo?
Nope.
Damn it! I'm the only one that actually bought the game.
Yeah, I do need to try it out though. It again, like it looks fun
Yeah.
watching you play. But so the problem I kind of have with it, and like it is its own game, I get that, but it's not traditional Final Fantasy. It's not Explorer. It's you go to a specific location and you fight through the entire location. It's very linear.
Yeah, it's Neo. It's essentially Neo. Neo's whole structure is like that. You choose an area on the world, the quote unquote world map, and that's your level, and you go do that. It feels like Neo when you play it. I don't know. I know you've said you've seen Neo and you didn't like it. Yeah. So it's one of
I
those.
actually own Neo, and I have played. I really feel like maybe 10 minutes of the game and didn't like it, and just stopped playing it.
This is funny because like Wesley actually played it and he's enjoying.
Yeah, I played the demo back in like whenever it first came out, and I was like, I really don't like this because mainly like the whole like stand switching. I thought
Yeah.
that was like a crucial part of the game where like you had to switch stances constantly during the fights and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I don't get this at all. And then literally this year I started playing it because I was like, I'm bored, I need something to play because Destiny's like dead at the
Bro.
moment. So I started playing it and I was like, yo, this is completely different from the demo.
This is my shit now.
Yeah, I mean, like the level that you played in the demo is still there. It's the second mission.
Mhm.
But like you actually learn how to actually play the game, and you're like, oh, that makes so much more sense now.
Yeah. Obviously, when you're playing the full game, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll take another crack at it, see how it goes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's obviously just a single difficulty, and this difficulty it being hard. But with Stranger Paradise, like I said, you do have the options of choosing your difficulty. But the only thing is that like even on normal, it's still challenging because of the fact that some of the bosses are like straight up just like they're Neo bosses where they're fast and they're aggressive, and you have to commit to the animation of like your attack. That's the only thing, because like there were moments where like I'm fighting the last boss I fought was Tiamat, and she was like one of the main bosses that was like protecting the crystal shit that you had to go get. And there was moments where like I commit to the animation and already Tiamat does like one frame of animation of whatever the fucking attack she's doing. And
yeah. Tiamat was the multiple-headed dragon
Yeah.
person.
yeah, that was like holy shit. Like, but that's also one of the things about like Neo as well is like, or in Souls games in general, where it's like you have to learn the boss patterns, and that's what I was kind of getting. Is just like, okay, Tiamat's doing this move, I can obviously parry it. She's going for this move, I can parry it, and you know,
It looked like blocking was a huge thing in that Final Fantasy game you're playing right now.
Yeah, it has two ways of blocking. You have the parry move, which is like the red aura thing that you pull up, and you have regular blocking. But I feel like parrying is way better because the startup time for it is not as bad as actual guarding, because the guard timing is like, it's a little wonky because there'll be moments where like I do the full animation for the hit and then I try to guard, but the guard's taking so long to come up that like I already got hit. And it's just like with the parry, just parry and, you know, enemy. But the parry is also crucial because you need to build back your MP, and the MP is the stuff that allows you to do your magic moves. One particular move that is really important is called Lightbringer, which is a thing that is like an explosion, and whenever you hit the enemy, its defense gauge lowers, and it just keeps going down like the more you hit it. So that's how I was able to beat Tiamat. Because that part was crucial, because if you only brought her health down, she was able to regenerate. So
I was so confused on what you were doing there when you were doing it, because you were like, I have to get the health bar down, and I was like, yeah, it's down, and then it healed, and I was like, okay,
yeah,
how
like
do
it's one
you
of these bosses.
officially get it down? And then after you like reset a couple of times, I finally like got it in my head where it was like, oh, you have to like use a special move, then hit him, then his health bar goes all, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm kind of like, I'm unsure if whether or not like the other bosses are going to be like that, where they do like some health regenerative bullshit, where it's just like,
I would assume some of them are going to do it.
Yeah. So I don't know. Who knows? I have yet to figure that out. With obviously, you know, continuing to play that game. It's been a while since I've gotten back to it, but yeah, Stranger Paradise. Yeah, I'm trying to think anything else. Guardians of the Galaxy, Better Call Saul. I think that's it. Yeah, that's all I've done. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Really quick on my week, I forgot. I hatched a Pokemon egg. In case you're wondering.
What did you get, bro?
D's though.
I got him.
Got him.
Yeah,
Got
honestly,
me.
I don't know. Like a Gen 7 Pokemon that I don't know.
That you don't care about.
Yep.
Pokemon.
It turned into candy instantly. That's what happened.
Wait, you can trade your Pokemon for candy?
So what you do is you throw your Pokemon into a meat grinder, and they grind it into candy. You transfer your Pokemon technically to, I think.
But wait, the candy you use for your other Pokemon, right?
Uh-huh.
So like it's weird.
That's the
like,
joke.
Each... Oh yeah.
His face.
My
know,
mind is
it's still weird.
My mind is being broken right now because you're essentially like, you can make a Pokemon a cannibal.
Essentially, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah.
So you're not really. So when you transfer your Pokemon,
But
you're not actually like turning them into candy. You're transferring it to like the professor, and then he's sending you back candy.
But how do you know that he's not using some kind
We
of?
don't. You don't ask questions though either, because
it's implied he has like 1 million of different candies just stockpiled that he just like, oh here, take one for giving me this one.
You know how you go to McDonald's and order a burger?
Yeah.
You don't ask where the burger came from. You just eat the fucking burger.
Yeah, but I don't trade in something that's like, here's this animal that I have.
Here's my child. That give me burger.
Give me burger. Oh, where's my child? Okay.
You're trading currency for food.
Currency, but not an actual organism.
So really quick, I just want you to know that there is a conspiracy theory out there that McDonald's turns lost children into burgers.
Oh Jesus.
Just want you to know that. Just want you to know that's out there.
All I have to say is that child that I ate was too dry.
Oh my god.
Might need a little bit more ketchup on it.
More mustard, please.
More mustard,
Thank you.
please. God. Okay. Do you put mustard on your burgers?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I put ketchup with mustard.
too.
Wesley hates mustard.
Oh, I love. Me and Wesley.
Weird.
Wesley knows I literally eat mustard with my chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so no, hold on. I need to bring this up because
I need to break my
How-
silence.
how you eat chicken nuggets just bothers me completely.
Please explain your way of eating
Oh,
chicken
me?
nuggets.
So
Yes.
yeah, okay, so he cooks them, right? So usually when you cook something, you eat it when it's hot, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
This guy waits till they get cold to actually dunk them and eat them.
Wait, so you heat them up and then wait to get them cold?
So, what I usually do is I'll eat them warm, but I think at the time we were doing something like Destiny related or something like that. So I had just like left them. They gotten cold. I don't mind eating things cold. Doesn't really bother me.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
No, because you're like, oh yeah, I do it because I don't like.
I don't like burning my
I
tongue.
usually let,
I don't like
I
the
usually let them
breading.
cool. Yeah, so like sometimes like when you heat them up, the breading doesn't like form to the nugget all the time. So like when you dunk it into something, it'll come off a little easier or something.
Yeah. That's usually how like
Ah.
freezer nuggets are.
Yeah, so
Yeah, no, I get that.
It's kind of weird though.
that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I try to eat like a hot pocket, and I kind of understand that because hot
Oh my
pockets are like
God.
fucking lava sometimes.
Bro, I have yet to find a microwave that cooks my goddamn hot pocket properly.
So okay, so I've developed a way depending on how many you eat at a time.
Okay.
Okay, no. So how many do you usually eat?
Hot
Oh, like
pockets?
two.
Yeah,
Okay.
like two.
Okay, that's not bad. That's pretty average. So
Okay.
no. Okay, so
What's above
then-
average? I would assume
I don't know. More
5.
than-
He's like,
More
what do
than
you mean? You
two?
don't
I
try
don't
to make
know.
a whole pizza pie out of them?
Okay. Okay, you're part of the statistics. All right.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
part of the norm. Okay, yeah. So back in the day, usually when I would get them, I would make 3 at a time because I was like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, whatever, I'm hungry.
Yeah.
So instead of like placing them like right next to each other on the plate, it made like a little triangle out of them. So that way, the center of the plate is never, I guess, covered by anything.
So
'Cause usually, when you're heating stuff on a plate, the center is never, it's never like heated. It's always the
Right.
edges.
Right. No, that feels very accurate to
little bit.
how everything I've ever put in the microwave works.
So it's the
Yeah.
Illuminati shit that you learned, is what you're telling us?
Sure. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I guess.
I don't have a microwave, so I use a toaster
Oh
oven.
yeah, yours just broke it.
Mine's been broken for fucking years, bro.
Yeah.
What? You just
Yeah.
buy another microwave.
Yeah, you
Bro,
think that,
There's
but
straight
no.
up there's straight up moments where I get something from like the grocery store and it's like, oh yeah, check out this this thing of put it in the microwave. And I'm like, oh
What are you
fuck.
doing?
It's going into the like because so
The
Jones just
blurriness.
puts his hand and it was blurred. I wanted to see if I could get mine, but
Yeah,
Oh.
depending on the distance.
so if I go further back,
I guess it just depends what's in it depends what's in focus. That's the thing. But yeah, I that's the thing is that like I have to consider like whatever I buy at the supermarket, just like, does this need to be cooked in a microwave or could it be cooked in a toaster oven? And usually with hot pockets, it's like I could just cook it in the toaster oven.
Oh, dude, yeah, I didn't. Okay, so you have a toaster oven. So you said toaster, and I'm thinking you're like dropping it into the thing that you push.
Oh
down.
no. Well,
Oh
we
my
use the
God.
toaster oven as the toaster sometimes.
Well, do you also have an actual oven, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Big stove oven.
Yeah.
The one time I've cooked a good hot pocket was in the actual oven
Yeah, I would think that.
because it
Never
heats
done
it. You know,
that.
It's everything. Yeah, it's everything. Not like a microwave, where the microwave is just like, it might heat this one part and you have another part that's just fucking cold.
you know what is literally mind boggling to me is I'll put soup into the microwave and straight down the middle of the cup. This side is warm and this side is cold. It's just like I don't understand it.
So does when you're cooking something in the microwave, does your plate rotate?
Yep.
The thing that it sits on it rotates?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Yep. I don't know.
It stops there.
I don't got nothing.
Wesley can't help you now. Gotta heat up your soups.
I think
Because
we
usually
have
like so,
a microwave ghost, and he blows on one end. That's it.
Jesus.
It could be that. Your microwave could be haunted.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels weird because, like, I haven't used a microwave in, like, I want to say, like, 7 or 8 years now. Because we
Yeah.
still have the old microwave, but it's one of those microwaves that hangs above the oven, and it's just there. Like, I've told my mom, I'm like, should we just take this thing out? And she's like,
It looks
leave
good.
it.
Honestly, I
Leave
would
it.
think I think it would be hard because it's like microwave slash fan.
Yeah, it's one of those things. But the thing is that it just straight up does not turn on. Like,
the fan either?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, take that shit out.
Yeah. So I think we just have to figure out how to get it off because obviously it's hanging above. So.
I personally don't use my microwave for almost anything, though. I almost always use a stove. I don't even really like using those little toaster oven because like the only thing I'd put in there is usually a bagel or bread to really like
Toast.
get it get it hard.
Getting.
Yo.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a toaster oven. It's to get it toasty. Yeah,
I'm
because
trying
like,
to toast it up.
because I'm trying to remember. My mom got my great aunt a toaster oven, and in El Salvador those things are like pretty expensive.
They're gold. Got it.
Yeah. That's where essentially they are. They're gold.
Oh.
So
yeah,
there was one time I visited and she was like, "Oh, let me make you a grilled cheese," and she just put like a slice of cheese on 2 spreads, put it in the toaster oven, let it toast, and just brought it together and grilled cheese. I'm like, okay, I'm fine with it. I'm cool.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do that sometimes when I make grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Just
But
toss it in there.
But that's the thing, grilled cheese ain't even grilled sometimes. It's just either skillet or toaster oven. So do you even call it a grilled cheese?
Right. It's not. It's just a name of the thing. It's not an actual like grilling of the cheese.
But we need it
Would you
grilled.
go out to a grill and put your bread and cheese on a grill?
To be fair, my sister-in-law had like she for like barbecues and stuff, she brings like this kind of cheese that like doesn't easily melt. And it's really good.
Velveeta.
No, it doesn't melt because they throw it on the grill and it gets like obviously the grill marks and that's how it cooks. So it's like it's still softish obviously when it cooks, but like it really pairs well with like the meat that she gets.
Mhm.
So I forget what kind of cheese it is, but it's really good. So it's obviously that's a grilled cheese in a way.
Cheese that you can grill. Let's
I
have
like
that.
that anyways.
I don't know. I don't know if it's like a special Brazilian cheese that she gets.
So, you know how you just said essentially toaster ovens or microwaves, whatever you just said, were like gold over there in El
Mhm.
Salvador.
Mhm.
My brother lived in Brazil for I feel like 2 or 3 years. And he used to get things sent from here over there.
Mhm.
Um, and he was just like, dude, pants are like gold over here. And I'm like, oh, what? And he was like, dude, it's everything in Brazil is so expensive.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's to everybody. I don't really know how the whole everything goes over there. I just remember him saying that everything was really expensive over there. Like MacBooks are just because he used a MacBook
Yeah.
for personal use and work and stuff.
Mhm.
But he was just like, you couldn't buy one here. There's no way. You'd have to be rich. And
Yeah.
that's like that's gross.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's certain import stuff that happens, and specifically like Latin America, that Brazil I think has it the worst, kind of. I mean, obviously there is Venezuela and other locations that I probably don't know of. There's an interesting video by Stop Skeletons from Fighting. That's the YouTube channel. They did an extensive history of this Brazilian console called the Zibo, and the reason why this thing was made, and it was essentially because of the fact that the import for like games for like the PS2, the Wii were so expensive in Brazil that people just started pirating. So they wanted to kind of get away from pirating, so a company made the Zibo in order to like try to stop pirates from pirating games. But the Zibo didn't last that long, and people still pirate. So goes to show, pirate your games, guys.
No. So
yeah, but like in El Salvador, the times that I went, yeah, a lot of shit is expensive. Like, what was the most expensive thing that I saw? Well, it's weird because, like I said, it just comes back to the whole thing about imports. So I remember seeing like a PS4. You know, obviously it's more of a luxury thing, but like it was like $800 for a 500 gigabyte PS4, and it was one of the slim versions.
Gross.
So yeah, it was a lot. But like even then, I remember when I was like with my cousin over there, I got him some like PS2 games, and like those games were like dirt cheap because they're, you know, they were so easy to find. And I think I also bought him like a controller as well. But it's one of those things where it's like some of the controllers are kind of like third-party knockoffs. So that's also the other thing. Yeah. So
I remember buying some of those from back in the day from something called Ross. I don't know if you guys know that store.
Ross, no.
Yeah. That's a store out in New Jersey.
Mm.
Maybe Philadelphia and some other places. I'm not sure, but randomly, it's a clothing store. Randomly, they had PlayStation 2 controllers, man, and
Yeah.
PS3 controllers, and they were like some company you've never heard of, and it just had a wire on it, but they worked well.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. Like this fucking thing that I bought for my PS3, this fucking cheap ass knockoff. I was like, oh, it's a blue PS3 controller. I guess I'll get it. And it was like, I think I want to say like $18 I got it for.
Is it actually wireless?
It is wireless. It is Bluetooth. I opened the thing up to see like, all right, what does the insides look like? Because the vibrations, you can only feel it on one side.
Yep.
So I opened this thing up and I'm like, oh, there's only one little motor on one side. The other side is just completely empty.
It's honestly amazing it has a motor.
I'm actually surprised. And it said it had like gyro. So I tried it, I think, on Ratchet and Clank, and the gyro doesn't work for shit. So it's just like, I don't really care about gyro. But the thing that made me fucking lose my mind is that originally it had Sony right across it, but it got to a point where like I think my hands were a little oily, and I tried to press the start button, and the word start started coming off, and then I looked at my thumb and I see just silver on my thumb, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I just fucking just got rubbing alcohol and just wiped all this shit off, and I'm like,
that's
fuck
amazing.
I'm like, fuck it, it's whatever. But I mean,
I love it.
I mean, it's okay, but yeah, like I said, like,
what did you pay for it?
Like $18.
Yeah, see, you can't beat that for a working controller
And a PS3 controller at that, because PS3 controllers are fucking ridiculous to find, especially like legit ones.
Yeah, they are still $40 or $50.
It's insane. And like I was trying to see like GameStop, like to see if like they had anything, and like even then the pre-owned ones
exist.
No, even the pre-owned ones are like fucking $40 or $50, and I'm just like, God damn it, man! It's
there's literally no reason to have a PS3 controller anymore either, or 4.
Yeah, I mean the one thing that's good about like the about the DualShock 4 is that you're able to hook it up to PS3. You can do that. The only thing that doesn't work is the home button.
Yeah.
So I tried it out because I was like, I want to replay Infamous, the first one.
So good.
Oh, yes.
You guys silently fucking
Still
have
waiting
memories.
for 3.
I love it, and I'll always hate that they changed his voice in 2.
You got 3, Wesley. Don't you remember Second Son?
No. Need 3 with Cole McGrath. Okay.
Mhm.
Did you play Infamous 2?
He's still alive at the end of 2. I will fight people with this. He's still alive at the end of 2.
I mean,
They
technically,
don't show his body, do they?
No, but they show at the end when his like body is being drifted away with Zeke in the boat. They show the boat being struck
with
by
lightning. Yeah.
with
Yeah,
lightning
that
and
recharges his
struck
body. He
by-
comes back.
Exactly.
There we go. 3.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
3,
it's
he's
either
on a
that
boat.
or bring me another Jack and Dexter now.
Oh, Jack Dexter.
I don't
do
know.
that.
I have to think
Don't
about
do
that. I
that.
don't know.
want it. I'll take a Sly Cooper too. You know.
Okay, Sly
Okay,
Cooper.
no,
Yeah.
Yes.
Sly Cooper, I would
that,
definitely
yes.
take.
That
After the-
100%.
After the
What?
fuck.
Yeah. First, okay. Fuck Ratchet and Clank. Jack and Dexter's better.
Yeah, I don't like Ratchet.
You can
Clank
hate
that
me.
much.
You can hate me, and I don't care.
I mean, I don't hate you because obviously I went through the entirety of fucking Ratchet and Clank at this point, so it's like the games do feel a little samey, but Rift Apart is like obviously just a really fun game. It is
you
really
can rift
fun.
these nuts. All right.
But that's the thing is that like if Jack and Daxter were to come back, it would have to surpass fucking Rift Apart. Like it would have to make a fucking like statement to be like Jack and Daxter is back, but it would have to include something.
Yeah.
And the
Jack and
thing is, like,
Dexter ripped apart. That's what it's going to be called.
I think we had like this conversation of just like I don't know if Naughty Dog still technically owns Jack and Daxter.
let's find out.
I don't know. Whoever owned Sly Cooper doesn't own Sly Cooper anymore, though.
No,
It's like a
it's
third-party
Sucker
company
Punch.
now.
Yeah, because it was given to this company called Sanzaru that made the 4th game, Thieves in Time, and Thieves in Time.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they
That
have it,
wasn't
don't they? Or does
that bad,
Sucker
but
Punch
it wasn't
I-
that great.
I didn't like the ending. The ending leaves in a cliffhanger,
Yeah, but that gives you an option to make another one.
but they didn't.
They will.
Sanzaru, I don't think exists anymore.
They're gonna make another one.
Oh yeah, they exist. What was the last thing that came out? What? No. Wait. What? What the fuck? Wait. How? What? Huh. So they apparently have something to do with the Spyro trilogy. I don't know what exactly.
They might help make like levels or redesign or whatever.
I don't know. Yeah,
Upscale.
I guess it probably helped with development, but I'm seeing
More
that
words.
that Toys for Bob were the actual developer. I don't know where Sanzaru comes into play.
Sensory.
Yeah, because Sanzaru has made Secret Agent Clank. Yeah, there's one.
Secret Agent Clank.
The 3rd game was the high definition. Oh, they did the remaster for the Sly Cooper games for PS3. Oh, okay.
Oh my god, super random, but Carmelita Fox. God damn.
Anyways,
Uh,
Oh yeah.
Wesley out here admitting his furriness. He's like, I'll grab that tail, I guess.
okay, now you're just taking things out of proportion, but sure.
No, you're the one that came out here being like Carmelita Fox, and then licking your lips.
Wow.
That That did not happen, but okay.
I saw you.
Such an accurate description.
Very accurate.
I can't believe the accurateness of
Yep.
your describing of situations.
Yep.
Man's fallen hard for a anthropomorphic fox woman. Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing with Sly Cooper is weird because I don't know if Sucker Punch still owns it, but I mean, well, the last thing Sucker Punch came out with was Ghost of Tsushima, so they're looking to do something else completely.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah. And same thing with Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog is just like, let's make Last of Us 8. This time, Ellie goes back in time and murders Joel.
Oh, that's supposed to. Okay.
And then let's make Uncharted 6. Thieves be thieving.
I really wish they would keep making Uncharted just because I like them. But
did you get the remastered for PS5?
mm-hmm.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, no. That's the thing that just came out, right?
Yeah, it's like
No.
if you have a copy of I believe Uncharted 4, I think you pay like an extra $10 and you get like the remastered version. I think also you get included the Lost Legacy game.
So you don't. It's Uncharted 4 PS5 version. It's not 1, 2, and 3.
No,
So
just 4.
4 wasn't so like I like the entire series.
Mm.
4 was not the best one, so I probably wouldn't rebuy it. No, again, that's all me. Like I really enjoy like the action movie type style game.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the stories were a lot of fun. I also like those types of movies where it's like kind of like The Mummy, like Brendan Fraser goes out and
yeah, I mean the comparison.
He finds out that there's this, hidden evil in a pyramid. That type of stuff I like.
Yeah, that's the comparison. Is like either that or Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I kind of get you with 4 because I liked 4, but there were aspects that I felt like were missing from it. Obviously, like the mysticism shit, because 1, you had like the fucking weird El Dorado shit that you were fighting, and then 2 was, I think, oh god, what was it? Was it the Yetis? Was 2 Yetis? Because you were in Tibet.
I can't remember.
I don't remember.
3, I think, was the genie.
Yeah, the Jinns.
Yeah.
The Jinns. And then 4 didn't go in any weird directions. Like, I thought
it did have like a slight turn at some point.
It had pirates, but they didn't do like undead skeleton pirates. Like, it just had pirates and that was it.
Yeah, it did. It was also a big like background thing on family. And,
yeah, it was mostly like it was mostly about like Nathan and Sam, like their relationship in general. And then I'm trying to remember Lost Legacy because I played that, but I don't remember if it went in any weird directions.
Don't tell me anything. I haven't played it yet.
Okay, I mean I liked it. I
do plan on playing it at some point, and I'd like to. Somehow, like, it's weird, man. Some games I hear nothing about, and like 4 years later, whatever, 4, 5, 6 years later, I'll be able to play it and be like, "Wow, this was a great game." And people are like, "Duh."
yeah, that's how it usually goes. Because you probably see like a video clip of something about it, and you're just like, I might want to give it a shot or try it. Yep. Yeah, Lost Legacy was fun. Like that's the thing is that like I think it was supposed to be just like an expansion to 4, but then it just became its own standalone thing afterwards. So, and it was kind of worth it because obviously it does feel like a full Uncharted game, but just not with Nathan Drake. Because I believe it's supposed
Chloe and the other chick.
Yeah, Chloe and oh my god, yeah, I forget her name. But yeah, it's essentially just them, but I think it's supposed to take like years later after Uncharted 4. So, yeah. Anyways, we were talking about like Jack and Daxter coming back. How'd you feel about the car combat in Jack and Daxter?
Oh, about Combat Racing X.
Well,
No,
just
three.
yeah,
On 2 and 3.
2 and 3 car
I liked
combat.
it.
Okay,
No problem.
yeah, I kind of like Jack X. I like the combat.
Oh, combat? It's yeah.
Yeah, oh, Wesley disappeared.
No, yeah, I'll be back. Hold on.
Missy and Howler.
I love Jack and Dexter. I really have nothing bad to say about it. Probably the worst thing I have to say about Jack and Dexter would be the ones that came back out on PS4 or PS3. I think it's 4, right?
The HD collection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They played bad.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last week that when I played the first game on PS4, it ran like not good.
The first game is actually the only one that ran fine for me. 2, I tried playing through, and it like
Stuttered.
yeah, it's there's I don't know. There's a bunch of things like I think getting in and out of cars was a problem. There's a couple things in there that I just had issues with.
I don't know. I have yet to check out those versions of Jack and Daxter because, like I said, when I played the first game on PS4, I was like seeing
Do
like
you know how long ago you played it?
weapon.
Do you remember how long ago you played it?
I don't remember. I mean, the VODs are up on the YouTube, so I could probably like check it out when I played it. But
They because I know they patched a few times, so
yeah,
think so, at least.
I did hear about that, but even then, I don't know because it. like, oh, I'm dying here. It just ran not great because you saw the amount of stuttering. Like when you're doing the race stuff with like the air bike, it used like what I saw was just like holy shit, like it started hurting my eyes. But like I said, I don't know how 2 is, and then the PS3 versions of Jack and Daxter, that HD collection is the superior version of that. So
Gotcha.
yeah, it's like the same thing with well, actually Ratchet and Clank is weird because like there's no like PS3 to PS4 version of Ratchet and Clank. Like they're just the only thing you have is like 2016 Ratchet and Clank.
There was no PS3 or PS4 Ratchet and Clank games.
Well, yeah, but PS3 or PS2 to PS4, like Jack and Daxter.
No HD.
Yeah, so
Gotcha.
that was like the weird thing, and like I said, like Ratchet and Clank is one of those series that is like a Sony hallmark at this point.
I hate
So.
it. I don't know how that one got more popular. It's probably the guns and the
It's the furry creature that you play as.
I just I don't see the appeal. The characters seem really fucking dumb. That goes also for probably Jack and Dexter too, though. And that shit's probably dumb to people. But
Yeah.
I'll never see the appeal to Ratchet and Clank. I've tried playing multiple games even when I was younger. I didn't like them.
Yeah, the PS2 Ratchet and Clank games are a little tough to go back to. I think this was another conversation we had was that like the difficulty scalings for those games were kind of insane. That like the final bosses felt really ridiculous. And it's that's the thing about those games. It's just like here's this cutesy little world, and then you get to the final boss, and the final boss kicks your fucking ass, and it's like no, you fuck you, try again. And I'm just like I thought this game was supposed to be fun, and then I somehow finished those games, and but I feel like the PS3 games of Ratchet and Clank actually kind of make it feel a little bit better.
Hi.
Okay. I thought you said something and it just didn't say anything.
No, I was looking at my screen.
Yeah. But like I said, Rift Apart is still pretty fun. if you like.
It looked fun. Again, I probably won't go out of my way to pay for it because I'll probably buy something else that I would enjoy more. You know,
Okay.
Destiny expansion number 19.
Stop
I
it.
know.
Stop it.
I'll just play League of Legends and buy more costumes with that game.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, it's one of these weird things because like I feel like I kind of want Sly Cooper to come back, to be honest, more than Jack and Daxter.
Thank you. Okay, cool. We're on the same page there.
Because like I like the cartoony stealthness about it. Like
Yeah.
obviously it was a platformer, but the stealth aspect made it a little bit more different compared to like Jack and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank, because obviously here's your hero character and your sidekick and you're doing platforming stuff with guns, and that's why those games felt so similar, and that's why they were essentially competing with one another. While Sly Cooper, was just like it's platforming but with some sneaking elements, and then with some mini games with your teammates and stuff like that. So that's why I liked that series a little bit more. And then like, go ahead.
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
All right, fine. Anyways,
Well,
no, because like I think the fun aspect about it is that like each heist / level had like a different element to it, where it's like, oh, this is how this heist is gonna go, and like I think the fun one was like the dog fighting one where you're doing the airplane fighting, and it's just like, oh, here's this different thing. I think it was in 2 or 3, I don't remember. I forget who you were.
Sly Cooper?
Sly Cooper, yeah.
Man, I don't remember this.
Damn, I remember this. And I'm the one that forgets.
I think the fourth one sticks so heavily in my head because I played it so recently.
What do you remember from the fourth one?
The penguins.
Yeah, I remember the penguins.
I liked it. It was a good game.
I don't like.
You can say it wasn't good, and you know what? You're wrong.
I'm fight you. I didn't like the ending. I just didn't like it, and I didn't like what they did with. I didn't like what they did with the Bentley's girlfriend.
Wow. Why?
Because it was just like a weird, like heel turn. It was so bizarre. Because like they established in, I think it was 3 actually, where she was like, "Yeah, I'm so in love with you, Bentley. Like I'll stay by your side." And then the 4th game happens, and she's like, "Oh, Bentley, you turned out to be a bitch. That's why I got a heel turn. You dumb turtle bitch." And
yeah,
Bentley's like, "Oh." It's just like, I don't know. And then like how it just ended in the fucking, a cliffhanger where it's like, did Sly die? And then a bolt of lightning shoots in the water. It's like he could be alive. It's like Infamous all over again.
I was gonna say, oh no, it's basically Infamous.
No, a bolt of lightning didn't shoot down.
Okay, I can't remember.
Can you imagine? They just saw Infamous ending and they were like, we got to put this in Sly.
I don't know, man. I mean,
because you remember how it ended, right? That like okay. Essentially, Sly was fighting the skunk guy in like the airship, and then it went down, and then they just sunk, and then everybody on like the sidelines, like Bentley and Murray, were like, "Did Sly survive?" And then end. That was it. You don't know whether or not Sly survived. And I thought like this game had like secret like endings and stuff like that. Like, did I get the bad ending? And then no, that's just how the game ends.
I mean, could they have done better? I'm sure.
They should have. As a legacy character right there.
I don't know, man. I mean, maybe that company should have worked on it. You know?
Yeah, it's so weird. I think the reason why they pushed it onto a different company was because Sucker Punch was already moving on to other things at that point. I think they were doing Infamous Second Son at that point. So they were like,
another wonderful game.
I have yet to replay that Infamous Second Son.
Have you beaten it?
I did.
Cool. Don't replay it.
Don't you like what the fuck is that Nirvana song that plays at the end?
Come As You Are.
Yes, I think it was Come As You Were. Yeah. Yeah, that was the ending. Because I think I was with Wesley when he beat it as well.
Hope you get DCMA R queued
Yeah,
for saying the words now.
yeah, and saying the song, just even saying the song name.
Cut no.
But I don't know, like I kind of liked it, but at the same time, I don't know. The PS4 era was one of this weird generations where it's just like I felt like I was seeing Troy Baker everywhere, and then to see his face as the main character, and then on top of that, it felt weird because it felt like he was kind of doing brown face because it's just his face but with a different skin tone. Because he was supposed to be Native American.
I didn't know that was Troy Baker doing brownface.
No, like that's the thing is that like if you look at the character model of what the fuck is his name? Deslin? Des
Wow, you remember real good. I don't. Yeah, it was like Desmond or Desland. You're right.
Deslin, yeah, like Adelson, something like that. It started with a D. But like if you look at like the character model of that character, you're like, oh, it's just a scan of Troy Baker, but he's supposed to look Native American.
I don't think it looks like Troy Baker.
Infamous.
You would know better than me. I don't really know what Troy Baker looks like, I guess.
Yeah, it's literally Troy Baker's face, but brown skinish, Native American Troy Baker, and then you look at Troy Baker and he's Caucasian man, Caucasian NFT bro.
You care if I go get a drink?
No, go ahead. Guess we'll take a break here. I got 2 waters.
Oh,
Nice.
stay hydrated, bitch.
I'm trying to.
I'm looking at my League of Legends tab because I'm addicted.
I know you are.
You're what?
Addicted to League of Legends?
Oh, no, well, yeah, duh.
Joe Evan Wesley, no more camera.
I am currently eating, so I do not want to show me eating.
That's fair.
Show us eating.
Small croissants.
You son of a bitch.
Haven't eaten since like 6:30. Shut up.
Wesley, it is 2 a.m.
Right? You see my problem now.
I don't think you understand. After we're done this, I'm gonna go make tacos. I haven't eaten yet, bro. I'm hungry.
Jesus
You're
Christ.
literally the worst person right now. Oh my god.
Why?
I haven't had tacos in so long.
There's a joke to be made there, but I won't.
Oh my god, you're so fucking. Shut the fuck up.
No, I just remembered something. Like tacos, and then we're talking about Troy Baker and Brownface.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
That reminds me, did you ever watch Desperado with Antonio Banderas
Oh my god.
and Johnny Depp?
It's been a while, I think. Yeah.
So do you remember, was it Desperado? No, it wasn't Desperado. It was Once Upon a Time in Mexico. That's what it was. Do you remember who the bad guy
I know
was?
the name.
Yeah. Do you remember who the bad guy was in that movie? It
No.
was Willem Dafoe in Brownface.
No.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, now I'm gonna do a little Google search real quick.
Willem Dafoe Brownface.
What's the movie called?
Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
I have images.
Man, Salma Hayek.
Yeah.
Oh
It
my god.
doesn't really look too brown facey, but he definitely looks like he got really tan for the part, which is probably makeup.
Brownface.
I mean, he's got to play a Hispanic person, right?
But why though? I mean, I guess it was Robert Rodriguez, so he's probably cool with it. He
Well,
was like,
so you remember Robert Downey Jr., and I know it's a comedy, but he was playing a black guy in the movie Tropic Thunder.
yes.
Yeah. I mean, people can play people. It is what it is. Is this racism? I don't understand. I don't know. I'm sorry if it is, but it's not bad. Also, yes, Salma Hayek is amazing.
I like the fact that you're just like, I don't know if I'm saying what I'm saying is racist or not.
I don't think it is. I'm not racist. At least like that, I guess that's what a racist would say, right? Or a racist that does another racist.
I'm just waiting for you to be like, I have many friends of many colors. I'm not racist.
I don't. Most of them are white.
Jeez.
Oh god. Yeah.
Why would I lie? I don't care. It is what it is.
No, that's the thing is that like obviously that it was one of these weird things where did you ever watch the Joe Rogan clip of Robert Downey Jr. talking about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it did.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of those weird things where it's just like he wasn't comfortable with it, but then eventually at the end of it he was like, it's for comedy. That's what it was for. And like and that was the thing about that movie is that like it understood the absurdity of Hollywood, and that's what the whole criticism was of that movie. It was just like Hollywood was so stupid that it would go to lengths to be like, here's this Oscar nominated actor playing a role that is not of his culture / heritage. I think the perfect example of that was Emma Stone playing a Hawaiian woman who was supposedly more Asian than what Emma Stone is, and that was the hilarious thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's like times where like you get the thing now going around where people are like, this person's not even, let's just say, Asian for a voice role of like a cartoon, and it's like, yeah, you don't have to be a certain ethnicity to do a voice, and like,
yeah,
or man, you can call it racially insensitive or whatever you want to, but at the end of the day, it's a TV show, man.
I think there's a difference between doing a caricature of a person of a specific heritage than doing a voice. Because let's say if it was a person who was Caucasian doing a very cartoonistic version of an Asian person, that's where it becomes offensive, in my view, personally. But if a person's just doing their own language, you know, just regularly, no caricatures or anything like that, then I think it's perfectly fine. That was the biggest issue in I remember seeing this in like Yakuza Like a Dragon, where people were like, oh, why is this person of, you know, Caucasian descent playing this character of, you know, who's Japanese? I think it was Matt Mercer, because Matt Mercer plays Majima in Yakuza Like a Dragon in the English dub, and Matt Mercer was like, well, I got paid for the job, and you know, it's still a job. Because either way, the main character, Ichiban, was played by Keiji Tang, who is of Asian descent. And it's like, okay, there's Asian representation. Same thing with George Takei. George Takei was the mentor figure in Yakuza Like a Dragon. So there are characters there that do have Asian representation, but you know, there's always some people that like to nitpick some things about that game and be like, well, this character wasn't played by a Japanese or Asian person. So
I just always think, like, when it comes to TV shows and stuff, like, if you don't like the thing, don't watch the thing. I'll always think that, as far as like, if you're gonna like not like something, protest by not watching it. That's just how I feel.
Yeah,
it would be helpful.
Also,
nothing's being shoved down your throat. You don't have to watch it.
That's true. But I mean, Willem Dafoe and Brownface, though.
Again, I mean,
that's the thing is that like he didn't. I'm trying to remember that movie, but like he didn't speak as much. But even then, it was just when he did speak, he tried to do like an accent, and it came off a little weird at times. Because
that's probably.
It was weird because I like Willem Dafoe. I like him as an actor. And it's just weird to have him in you know, he's supposed to be a Mexican man, and all I just see is Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, it's also very possible that like there are a good amount of movies, nothing I can name off the top of my head, where an actor will play a certain ethnicity and they cannot pull off the accent, and it's like
Mhm.
probably should have just got another person to do that role.
Yeah, but that's the thing is that like I think this is why a lot of people protest now about movies is because there's not that many representations, but the the other standpoint is that like there's not enough actors to play that role.
Right.
But this is the thing. There was a thing that I saw with a clip with Rahul Kohli, and Rahul is he's of Southeast Asian descent. So you know, I forget where he's from. Oh my god! But yeah, like whenever he has to do like roles and stuff, he always is up against like other actors who are either like Middle Eastern or Indian descent, and he has to like it's basically a competition for like ethnicity characters, because I forget what role he was trying to get, but the guy from shit, I forget his name. He's Riz Ahmed. If you look up Riz Ahmed was in one of the Star Wars movies. He's been in a lot of things. But there was an interview with he was on a podcast, Rahul, and he was talking about how like every time he go to a casting, he was always up against like Riz Ahmed for like Indian characters. And it's just like one of these things where like that's the shitty part about, you know, casting calls in Hollywood, is that like when you're playing a certain ethnicity, you're always against someone that's playing the same ethnicity. There's like it's almost like that tokenism of like characters of just like, here's the token person of color that's here, you know, but
Yeah.
everybody else is like white. So
So I mean, I guess like representation in like movies could be greater.
yeah, I feel the same
It's
way
also
too.
is just like hard in general. In general for acting, like you're never gonna be. I mean, you could be the one to get cast, but you know, sometimes you just have to be the better actor, and sometimes you're not. You know,
Yeah, I mean that's Hollywood in general. Hollywood
right?
is
And it's also, I mean, I'm sure it's hard as hell to get your foot in the door. You know,
yeah.
because people, like you just said, so this one guy is more well known than the other one, right?
Riz Ahmed, yeah.
So once they know him,
Yeah.
why would they cast the other guy? Because
Yeah.
everyone knows this guy.
And that's the thing, Rahul Kohli is like he's a very, very good actor. He's very good. Haunting of Bly Manor, I think was the one he was in. Not Hill House.
Oh, you're talking about the dude that
He plays the cook.
yeah. Oh yeah, I love that guy.
And he's in Midnight Mass. He plays the sheriff.
Bro.
So gotta watch
I know
it.
we talked about this last
I know.
time. I'm gonna watch it this week.
Okay. And he's phenomenal in that show. And specifically for that show, it's not a spoiler or anything, but like his character is Muslim. So
Spoiled.
but like
Wait a second. What is his ethnicity?
He forget. Let me actually look this up because I don't want to get this wrong.
Because I can't remember.
Rahul Kohli. He is from he is British, but I forget.
Yeah, see, I know that.
Grandparents were born in India. Tradition. So he is of Indian descent. His mother was raised in Thailand.
Okay.
And then his grandparents were actually part of Pakistan before it became Pakistan. Yeah, so he has like I said, like Southeast Asian descent mostly.
Sounds like it's kind of like roots everywhere.
Yeah, but like he's not. I don't believe he is religious in the sense of that he practiced Islam, but
no, yeah.
But yeah, he played a Muslim character, and there was an interview with him where he talks about like him talking to a friend that actually is Muslim, and like went through like notes and stuff of like, all right, what is your belief? what is this like compared to like Christianity and Catholicism, and it was just an interesting interview where a lot of people after they watched Midnight Mass were coming out and saying that like he did such a phenomenal job of representing Muslims that it should be accounted for in Hollywood because of how good he was. And because there is a moment in Midnight Mass where they talk about religion specifically, and his character being Muslim, he talks about like our religions, even though you may view it as different, that they are similar in ways. Like we do believe in God, but we do it in our specific way.
Right.
Yeah, it's that's the thing, is that like with representation, it's a whole thing that you could just go around and talk about.
Yeah. I mean, it's great when people put the time into
knowing the role and
into representing each religion, faith, whatever, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's why like now, like with transgender actors, it's a whole new thing now. Where like even then there was no representation for transgender actors, and I think Euphoria is like the show on HBO where it has a transgender character who is transgender, and they talk about how phenomenal that character is. I haven't seen the show.
I don't know.
Yeah, Orange is the New Black. She was.
Oh, I haven't seen that show, but
there was a transgender female. I had to think because I couldn't remember if she was playing a female that's supposed to be a regular, just like female, or if she was a transgender female playing a transgender female in the show. She is a transgender female playing a transgender female in the show.
Not Ruby Rose, is it?
No. I can't remember her name. She's a Black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just she's been in a few shows now.
Yeah, because
she was actually in the TV show for Netflix now, Making Anna or something, or
Inventing Anna.
Inventing Anna.
Yeah, I haven't seen it though. I haven't seen Inventing Anna.
Yeah, she's good. I think she's fine.
Yeah. Well,
I really liked Orange is the New Black.
I still have to watch that. I've heard good things about that show. To be fair, I don't know if Ruby Rose can. I know she goes by different pronouns. That I'm pretty sure of.
Oh, that I have no idea of.
Yeah, but like I said, representation it matters. Honestly, it matters.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So I'm glad we stemmed from brown face to all representation matters. Willem Dafoe.
Don't think Willem Dafoe should get shit for that. He was the best.
But that's
he was the best brown-faced man. I'm sorry. It's okay.
But that was the thing, is that like it's one of those things now that obviously people try to like become social justice warriors about, representation. Because like look at the Robert Downey Jr. shit. Is that like people were I think it was like last year people were like complaining about that because people had so much time last year being like, look what Robert Downey Jr. did, and you guys praised him for being Iron Man, the superhero, and all he did was be in blackface in this other movie. But it's like, you have to understand the context of that movie. Like, it is a comedy, but it's also talks about the ridiculousness of Hollywood. So it's what it is.
Yeah, it's also, I don't know. For some reason, like, it's just part of the movie. Like, it is what it is.
It's context.
It's hard to. It's so hard. Yeah, it's so hard to like really explain why it's not a problem, but it just isn't.
Yeah, and that's also the other thing. It's that like it's not like he's not called out for. You have Brandon T. Jackson's character, the other black guy, who was like calling him out, being like, "The fuck are you doing?"
The other black guy.
Yeah, the other black guy, and that was
just the way it was said.
But, just like... Yeah, but that's the other thing, is that like he even calls it out, and he's like, this role should have gone to actually someone that was actually black, like me, but instead they decided to get Crocodile
Kangaroo
Dundee,
Jack,
Crocodile Dundee, or Kangaroo Jack to play the role, and it's just like. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? And that was the whole stupid thing. Like, there's so many layers to like that character of Robert Downey Jr. where it's like he's a method actor, so like even off camera he has to act like that for no reason. and it's just he gets called out on that stupid shit.
I
Yeah,
love that movie.
that movie's great. I don't care what anyone says. I think that movie's great. Okay, so anyways, moving past that, I think we can finally get to the news. Holy shit. So where do you guys want to start on the news?
We can just go by the list you already have here. Activision first.
Okay, so the thing we got from Activision Blizzard is that you guys remember the whole shenanigans, the goofiness of Activision Blizzard. Basically, to sum it all down, Activision Blizzard, there was a whole lawsuit that was filed by different employees coming out saying that they were sexually harassed. There was one case, unfortunately, that one employee took her life because of harassment that she had to endure from higher up. And yeah, the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing had to get involved, and so did the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission also got involved. This case went through so many layers because there were lawyers from, I believe, the EEOC that were also lawyers for Activision Blizzard. So there was like, I don't know if it was the EEOC or the DFEH. Yeah, DFEH. Either one of those two organizations had like similar lawyers fighting for Activision Blizzard. So there was like, you know, this whole thing about like, who can you really trust at this point? But according to this article by IGN, that a settlement has happened for, let's see, $18 million for each employee that actually made the statement, and for that person who did take their life for their family. So, and then on top of that, there is a let's see, another lawsuit that's happening with a person by going through an anonymous name by Jane Doe. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. That the Jane Doe is the person who did take their life. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Did I get this right or wrong? Okay, company visits the lawsuit with the family. The suicide. I think it is, according to this article. Either way, they did settle for $18 million. I don't know. I from my perspective, I think I'm kind of mixed about it because obviously it's one of those things where it's like you can settle, obviously, but at the same time, you know, for that specific case, for that person that did take her own life, it's like this whole situation. This whole situation could have been fixed, and there's really nothing that Activision Blizzard can do to, you know, I don't want to say it, but like bring that person back, because we understand this, that in a workplace that shit is not cool, that shit should not happen, and it's crazy how big that this case has gotten, to the point where Activision Blizzard had to sell to Microsoft. And Bobby Kotick is still technically there, but he's going to be out once the deal processes. And I think the deal's supposed to process either, I think, next year or this year. I don't remember. But
yeah, I really think he should
go. Yeah.
I think he should. I mean, it sounds like he's going to go, right? He's not going to be there anymore.
Yeah.
But I'd like to not see him at any companies anymore.
Yeah, because who was the other guy that left? Oh my god, what is his name?
The lead of Diablo, I believe, left.
Yeah, like a lot of people left. Obviously, you know, because nobody.
I don't know if those people had any like wrongdoing, but if I was a lead on a team and this was going down, I probably wouldn't want to be there.
Yeah, but I think the issue is as well is that like the guys who actually committed a lot of these heinous acts, you know, kind of got out of there, and they still haven't gone through any repercussions. What was that guy? The obvious one being Jesse McCree.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, like he was the one that was part of that whole culture of harassment and sexual harassment, and that's why they had to change his name in Overwatch, or change that
Yeah.
specific character in Overwatch. And then you had I believe his name is Alex Aversabi. I forget, but he was like a I think for what game? I want to say for World of Warcraft, maybe. But he was like the community manager, and he had like the bill. Like, do you remember the whole article where it was just like these specific harassers had, whenever they went to a hotel, they went to a specific hotel called the Bill Cosby Suite.
Yeah.
And it was just like, what the actual fuck? And then they took pictures of the suite itself and, you know, posting up me and the boys in the Cosby suite and then having a picture of Bill Cosby. And it's like, what the actual fuck are they doing? And, you know, some of the statements that you would see from obviously the female workers, you know, saying that like this guy fucking harassed me, and I tried to tell it to HR, I tried to tell it to someone above me, but these guys were so protected because they were higher up that they did nothing. And, you know, like I said, it's like that one specific case of that Jane Doe that took her life, and it's like they just didn't care. I don't know, like I said, I'm mixed because they got the people who fought for this obviously did come to a settlement, but at the same time it's like this fucking years and years of harassment, and then on top of that some of these people are still out there, still have a career.
Yeah. So it's I guess it's just hard to I don't know. I feel like it's hard to prove. It would be what, like years of court and having
Yeah.
to really nail these people down to actually going, and
Yeah.
again, like just proving that that person did it, because I feel I mean I don't know how a court case particularly works in all this stuff, but I would assume that it would just become he said, she said.
Yeah.
Of course, you can have 30
Witnesses.
people say, right, you can have
Yeah.
witnesses and all that. So I mean, it I guess it all depends on, is it worth the time and effort and money to go after every single individual person, or in this case, it's probably just easier to go after the company, right?
That is true, because I think at that point you will go after the single person. You know, you would have to sue that specific person for what they did.
Right. And
and
I do think
granted,
if
we're not lawyers. You know, by all means, we're not
No,
lawyers,
yeah.
so we could be just spitting out bullshit. But like I said, as we have been people that have worked in certain areas and seen like some kind of bullshit, it's like to see that extent of bullshit, and especially in video games, it's like
Mhm.
it's hard, because like it's one of these things where it's like this medium that we enjoy from a company that has some games that we do enjoy, but at the same time you know the shady shit behind it, and it's hard to kind of separate that. It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to be like, I love this game, but I don't really like the shit that they did to those people, those workers who just wanted to work, and that's it. So, you know, that, and this whole Activision Blizzard thing came with like the stuff that has been happening at Ubisoft. And there was a report about Microsoft, about like how Microsoft was like underpaying a lot of their female staff, and it showed the true colors of a lot of these companies that, you know, try to come off as like, oh, at this company we're a big family, but in
This happened
reality,
at Ubisoft?
yeah, Ubisoft had a lot of reports of higher ups doing sexual harassment shit.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, like Ubisoft is going through their own situation where like they're losing a lot of people. Like there's essentially what they call like a mass exodus from Ubisoft, and
Wow.
that's why they haven't come up with anything original at this point. That's why it's just been like Assassin's Creed or Tom Clancy. So Yeah, like I said, but as we were discussing, it's just like, yeah, going after that single person would be a different case in itself. And with this settlement, obviously it was, I believe the DFEH coming to that term of that settlement, so it's that's just from them, and that's it. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but like the whole thing with the DFEH and the EEOC was was just bonkers because of how this whole thing progressed. Was that like there was like information coming out where like either one or the other were like hiding it. It was just like this bizarre. It was a circus essentially, and there were facts that were like getting like either not showing up or were told and were not believed, and it was crazy. But
I had
yeah.
forgot that they in the beginning they were like, we're gonna investigate ourselves.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing. It was just like, what is going on?
Self-investigation. That's like somebody murdering someone and then saying, I'll look into it and see if I'm actually the guy that murdered this person.
I forget, was it DE?
So stupid.
I don't know if it was a DFEH or the EEOC that came to that settlement, but either way, the settlement was made regardless. Because I'm seeing that
18 million spread upon, it's called 60 people isn't great though.
yeah, that's the thing.
Because the main chunk is going to be the person that initially filed it. Because they're going to have to deal with the whole thing with the organizing it at first, getting all the lawyers for the specific case together, and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So usually, like, some of the people might not be getting as much as others.
Yeah.
Which is going to be stated in, I guess, their own forms, saying like what they might be getting, how long said case might take, when you should be able to reach like the final verdict and stuff like that.
Yeah, excuse
That's
me.
Wild.
Excuse me. So yeah, it was the EEOC that came to the settlement agreement because the DFEH has a trial pending in February in 2023. So there's still another case going on. Yeah, that's the thing, is that like to separate that much and from a company that is so fucking rich, Activision Blizzard is so fucking rich. It's like I don't know, like I think that's why I still feel mixed about it, because it's like, is it truly enough for this amount for these people? And I don't know. Like, that's the thing. It's just like, that's something, those are years you can't get back. Those are harassments that you went through. And that's, a family that's lost their kin to that shit.
Yeah. It's a hard thing to really set a number on, or I don't know, even like any type of like emotional status on it, because each person's affected in a different way. Each person can handle a certain thing in a certain way. So
yeah, that's true.
But as far as like somebody taking their own life, that's I as an owner of that company, you should feel fucking horrible. You should feel
Yeah,
and
but
they
even
just don't care.
Yeah, Bobby Kotick didn't give a fuck, because there was a whole thing with Fran Townsend, who was Fran Townsend. Hold on. So Fran Townsend was she came onto the board of Activision Blizzard, like, I want to say a couple months back, and there was a statement that came out about her sending out an email informing employees to essentially like kind of ignore the situation. And then in reality, it turned out to be Bobby Kotick using Fran's name in that email and tell everybody not to worry about it. Like, it was this weird, bizarre thing where it's just like Bobby came out and said one thing, while on the other hand did this manipulative shit of using one of his coworkers to be like, I'm kind of the bad guy in this situation. Bobby is trying to be the helpful guy. Like, it's this weird thing where it's just like, I mean, he's a fucking rich guy at this point, so I feel like his morality can mean nothing. And it's just like, I still feel like now he got out scot-free, technically, because he's still going to leave. He's still going to get paid for, I'm pretty sure Microsoft bought him out, you know, to be like,
Probably.
yeah, to be like, you're off the board, you know, you can go away. We'll pay you, obviously. So, I don't know. And that was the thing that a lot of people were fearing, was that like, it's going to take a while for that process to move forward before Microsoft fully takes over. But Bobby's still there, and he still gets to make decisions. Like, there was a whole thing that happened with Raven Software, where testers were trying to create a union, and they requested it, and it was denied by Activision Blizzard, and they never got that union. So,
Okay.
I don't know. All I know is that Bobby Kotick sucks. That's all it is. Bobby.
No, yeah, he definitely does.
He was complicit. That, I think that's what I can say in general, is that like he was complicit to all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 18 million. Yeah, well, it is. It's 18 million. But yeah, I guess, I don't know. It's such a downer of a story to start with, but
that's why you get it out of the way early, man. So
yeah.
you can live free or die hard next.
Yeah. So yeah, you know. Only time will tell about the DFEH's trial, so we have to wait on that. But I guess in other shit, so this was updated a couple days ago, but you were talking about Marvel's Avenger, Haller. Avengers, excuse me. There's not one Avenger. There's multiple.
Yeah, I love this.
So this was nuts. So a couple days ago, Marvel's Avengers there was a tweet by the Twitter account saying that there was an issue happening for the PS5 version of the game, and apparently the workaround was to reset your entire campaign progress, which is fucking nuts. I don't think any so it only the fixing of this only targeted on your progress. It didn't affect anything about microtransactions or costumes and stuff like that. But even then, that is such a crazy workaround.
Dude, losing your entire progress. How hilarious is that? Like it sucks. It does. It's just the stupidest thing that they're like, guess you're gonna have to reset.
Sorry, I guess. Here's a Hulk skin.
Yeah, dude.
Enjoy. I don't know. But
that's the shittiest way to just go to your community and be like, sorry guys.
I mean, to be fair, like I said, this got updated, so they did release an update, so they did do that. But I mean, I feel bad for the people who actually did reset, and then that update came out, because it came out a day later, of them actually fixing it. So it's like, god damn, man! Like those people who probably restarted were just like, god, fuck.
Why shouldn't be so quick to be like, just do this?
I think this comes into the whole situation about I feel like this game should not have been a live service game, in all honesty. But this is a Square Enix thing, because this was the whole thing about Square Enix that I talked about last week, was that I feel like they're in a financial rut because they're trying everything and almost anything to get income. Because there was the thing that happened on New Year's where they came out with a statement of them looking into NFT technology and blockchain technology, and they were interested in that. And then everybody was like, don't fucking do that, because blockchain technology is still kind of unknown. And then on top of that, NFTs are fucking stupid, because we have another story that we have to talk about, but that's a little bit later on. And you know, with them coming out about their sales about certain games like Guardians of the Galaxy, the game that I'm playing currently, saying that that game was not financially done well, like it didn't make as much as they thought it was going to make. So it's just this weird thing of like, where like how much money like do you have, like where are you? So it's like you're really trying the microtransaction shit. Babylon's Fall is another one where it's a live service game, and Babylon's Fall is also a fucking mess because it tries to shoot like microtransaction shit at you. It's not a good co-op game either. And it's unfortunate that like they're trying to do some. Oh, Outriders. Do you guys remember Outriders?
Yeah.
Okay, Wesley remembers Outriders.
I know what it is, yeah.
Okay, so that was another thing that kind of died out.
Is that Square Enix?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So that's the thing. Some people remember that it's Square Enix. So they're really trying to push the live service shit, and it's not working for them because either the games come out buggy or they just straight up are bad. You know, Babylon's Fall being straight up bad. I remember the whole thing with Outriders, where Outriders was like, it was working sometimes and then it just stopped working other times. I think the PC version of Outriders did, I think, I don't know if currently it still has like a mixed user review on Steam, but it's one of those things where it's like Square Enix doesn't really know how to do live service shit, and everybody's worried about like, you know, mainline like single player experiences that they're trying to push, like obviously they're trying to capitalize off Final Fantasy now, specifically with like Final Fantasy 7, because they put out that that battle royale game, The First Soldier. You forgot about that, didn't you?
I did. You're right.
First Soldier was a mobile battle royale game. Yep.
Yeah, I guess when you point out all these like bad and horrible Square Enix games at once, it's like, right, they did have like a lot of terrible crap.
And that's the thing, is that like this is a company that are obviously beloved for their RPGs, and to see them go down this road it's like, man, it's not really a fall from grace, but it's just like, I'm a little worried about you, Square Enix. I'm a little worried about you. Of just like, are you gonna try to sell me a Tifa NFT? Are you gonna try to give me Booba NFT of Tifa?
I'll take 5.
That's fair. That's fair.
No, I don't think NFTs really have a place in gaming right now. Who knows in the future? I do think NFTs are fine for making art if you want to, whatever, you know. If you're creative, do what you want to do. But again, like, as far as gaming community, people have already made it known they don't want it. So don't try to sell it to them, or make it and try to sell it to them and they won't care. So that's your problem.
Yeah. But I think just back to the whole Marvel Avengers thing, is just like, it should. No. It's that, I know you're making a statement about NFTs, and I agree with you. And as someone that do follow other artists, and to see other artists trying to like go for the NFT shit, that has also gotten backlash as well, because of the fact that like at the time NFTs were like still relatively unknown, and you know, the whole thing of like, I still personally don't know whether or not NFTs are harmful to the environment, the whole blockchain thing, and whether or not, you know, this is actually killing our ozone. So I don't really have a standpoint in that. It's just like, I'm more annoyed at like the shitty art that's out there, like the Bored Ape, and it's just like, this is what we're calling art nowadays. And it's like, yes, I know art is subjective. I
Right.
fucking did like community college art. I have a visual arts associate's degree. So it's like I'm not a super master's, but like I still get the gist of art. And that's the thing, is that like art is subjective, but even then this thing looks like shit.
Choach is art.
Chonch is art. Hentai is art. I'd rather have hentai NFTs. But it's just like I look at that shit, I'm like, man, the shit people will buy to kind of have some kind of status. And like this comes back to the whole thing about hentai, but it's just like now not specifically hentai, but like it comes back to like the whole thing about like porn. It's like porn stars are getting into like NFT shit as well. So it's it's one of these weird things where it's like, you gotta calm down, man. And yes, I am admitting I do follow some porn stars on like Twitter and stuff, but it's just yeah. Oh no, I'm only human. But like they try to shill for like an NFT market that they're on or like they're promoting, and it's this weird thing where it's just like, god damn, like you gotta pay porn stars more now, so they don't have to shill for NFTs.
So, as far as like shilling for things, I'm trying to think. A lot of people I look at on Twitter and TikTok and like all these like different mediums now, they are just trying to constantly have income from anything.
Yeah.
That's a lot of like the social influencer type of thing, I think. It's like anybody that's offering to hand me money, I will promote. And why would you care about their product when they're giving you money just to say that the product's good?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is that like even with cryptocurrency, like there's like whole pump and dump schemes. Like there's a whole thing, I believe, with a Jake Paul. There was a thing that happened with like Ice Poseidon, that he was like committing like a pump and dump scheme. And it's just like these fucking influencers, are still getting fucking shit tons of money from poor saps who are like, I think that this Oingo Boingo coin is going to help me, even though Oingo Boingo is a band. Sorry, Oingo Boingo. Unless they have a cryptocurrency as Oingo Boingo coin. I will shill for Oingo Boingo coin. But but it's like, I know you like everybody's trying to do their own hustle, but at the same time, it's like these pump and dump schemes and shit like that is just like, I'm surprised these fucking guys haven't gotten into court yet. Like the Ice Poseidon shit was pretty bad, where it was like, it was so obvious. But yeah, NFTs, I agree with you still on that standpoint. Is just like, I don't think they have a place in gaming itself. There was a game using the blockchain technology, and it was found out recently that game had some kind of something happened with it where someone was able to actually bypass the blockchain technology, and it ended up fucking that game over. So now that developer has to make the game from start all over again, because they have to re-implement that code.
Dude, that sucks.
But that's the thing I don't get, is like, why go into that then? Why go into that?
So yeah, there's always a reason of like, you could say, or sorry, not a reason. There's always a way to say like, why would you do that? Just don't do it. But someone's got to start it somewhere, and someone's going to make the money. So why not be the person that starts it? And obviously failed the first.
Yeah.
Hopefully the second time around they can fix it and make a bunch of money off of it, because that's what it's all about, man. It's all it's
all about that hustle.
Yeah, but, dude.
So yeah, I guess overall we can say NFTs, not in video games, please, not in video games, video games. But as you two guys that play live service games, Destiny and League, have you guys ever tried out Marvel's Avengers?
I played the demo.
I bought it when it was like $5.
Yeah, that's
To be fair,
to be fair, $5 is yeah. Did you how far did you get into it?
Fuck. Little after rescuing Iron Man. So like not really that far at all.
Okay.
did you enjoy it?
Like relatively still in the beginning. Because I'm nowhere near like getting everyone, but it's still a pretty lengthy journey into the game itself.
Mm.
I think as of right now, I'm like 20 plus hours, I think, into the
Wow.
game.
That's a good while.
Because it's first, it's mainly like cutscenes, like you're just starting off. Go to one location, collect a thing, go to another one, collect a thing, and then you get like a 2-minute-ish cutscene or whatever.
Mhm.
But from what I played, it's not that bad. It kind of gets old after a while.
Yeah, I played a little bit of it on a Game Pass. I just got to the point where I met up with Bruce Banner. So like I'm still like I was technically in the beginning area. And even then it's like one of these games where it's like it's just all these characters are all too similar. Like they try to do something different with them, but they're all too similar. Everybody's got a throw attack, everybody's got like a long distance attack. And it's just like it felt samey. And I didn't really feel like there was anything to go off from this game. Obviously it was trying to pull, people to play cooperatively and, create your own Avengers team. That was the appeal. And when this game was announced and shown, it was shown to people who were like clapping of like, yay Marvel, yay Avengers, I love them. I love it when Captain America says Avengers assemble. But it's one of those things where it's like when I think even when they announced it, they said that they were gonna try to do no microtransactions, and then they went back on their word and just started putting in microtransactions and like boost like double XP boosters and shit like that. Everybody was like, "What the fuck is going on?" Like you're trying to promote this game that like has I've heard that the single player, the actual campaign itself is pretty decent, like it's pretty okay, but like its overall cooperative experience is like not good. Like I think like day one, I think the servers went down for a bit because there was just an overload of people trying to get in and it just didn't work.
For live service games, that's natural.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, I guess. But that's the thing I don't get is just like, did you really have to make this game, live service, an Avengers game?
No, and I think that it would have probably been a better game without that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I think that was the thing that I think everybody was worried about Guardians of the Galaxy because the Guardians of the Galaxy came off right after Marvel's Avengers and people were like, "Ah, fuck, it's going to be like another live service game." And obviously to everyone's surprise, it's just a single player experience. That's all it is. And you would think that, it's a team of heroes that's going to be another live service game or a cooperative live service game. But it's a single player experience. I like it so far. And I think it's better that it's just like that. That there's no microtransaction bullshit. Yeah, there's actually the one thing that has microtransaction is that like you can get like a deluxe pack. It gives you like the soundtrack to like the Star-Lord band and like some additional costumes, but it's costumes that you can unlock eventually. So it's just like it's like I think it's like $10 just to get that pack.
So realistically, no microtransactions.
Relatively, yeah. But yeah, it's not as bad as Avengers, where it's like you want to get the Wakanda set for Black Panther, you fucker.
Yep.
Gotta buy our Avenger coins.
Hey, there's those characters and stuff are free with the PlayStation Plus. Just saying.
Oh yeah, Spider-Man just came out for that, right? Well, not just came out, but like Spider-Man came out.
All that stuff is free if you got PS Plus, baby.
I think the thing is that they try to like get on like better footing with people a couple months after the game came out was that a lot of the expansions were free, right? Like the Wakanda update,
I don't
the
know.
Hulk one, the Hawkeye. I think they're all free. So I think with that, they were trying to get people to come back. But even then, like, you know, you got this shit going on where the PS5 version is just like, gotta restart. Sorry. And then they fix it eventually. And it's just like, God damn. It's like, did you have. And that's the thing is that, like, even to get into the game, you need to be online. I'm pretty sure. So it's one of these things where it's like, why do I have to be online for a single player experience? Like, I get it for the multiplayer stuff, but I just want to go through the campaign and not have an issue where the game tells me, oh, you've just been signed out of the Square Enix account. Sorry.
Yeah, like have it like separate, have like single player online, or not single player online, like single player offline, and then if you want to do like any co-op or whatever, just switch to online.
Yeah. Like, this comes back to the whole thing about, like, what we talked, me and Wesley, about Gran Turismo, where Gran Turismo was just like, Gran Turismo 7 currently is an online game, but for it's online for some reason, but it's single player. You can't get into the single player stuff at all if it's offline. So you're fucked at that point. And it's also like a microtransaction mess, and that's a whole different case of itself, where it's just like, nothing, like, all these single player experiences don't need to be online. They really don't. But oh well. So yeah. You guys want to play Marvel's Avengers later? Okay.
I'll be sleeping later, that's for sure.
I need a picture of League of Legends so I can just be like, this is what I'll be doing.
A couple hours. So I think we're gonna skip over the third one because we were talking about NFTs, and this is a perfect segue into the other NFT thing. So for those that don't know, Ubisoft tried really hard to get into the NFT market by pushing their NFT stuff onto Ghost Recon Breakpoint, and now they stopped. They're done creating content for the game. And they were promising, you know, when they were pushing the NFT stuff, that they were going to keep it updated and, you know, try to like make it better for the user and like making an experience of you getting all this NFT stuff and this and that. And they stopped. So basically, if you have the NFTs, you're stuck with them.
It was just a cash grab at that point.
Yeah, and the thing is that it only works in their whole ecosystem. So those, like I said, those people are stuck with that NFT of whatever they have for Breakpoint. And this is a perfect example of why NFTs should not be in video games, because companies will pull shit like this of like, well, you get this thing, it only works in our ecosystem. If you try to use it for something else, it's worth might be something that you're interested in, but even then,
I was gonna say NFTs I thought were all about buying, holding, selling, almost like stocks.
yeah. But it just doesn't work in games. It just doesn't.
So do we know what the NFT did for the game?
It was supposed
It's
to
just cosmetic mostly, I think.
Yeah. It was like,
could you wear it? Could you?
I believe so. Like, the specific thing, from what I remember, was that you got the cosmetic and it was numbered. Like, you got a helmet and it was numbered. Of like, this is this helmet out of whatever the fuck they decided to make the NFT of. Like,
Yeah, it's like a limited. It's like this.
It's like a
poster or something.
Yeah.
Have you
It's like-
ever played CS:GO? Either of you?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever opened the packages in
my
CS:GO?
God. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
So that's what this makes me think of is, so in CS:GO you can open these packages and you have a chance of getting either the really rare skin for a gun or a knife, or you have a chance of getting a way more common one, which obviously you'll use the common one. Streamers open these on live live streams.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing videos like that.
Right. So what you can do is on Steam Marketplace, you can take that gun, the skin, I guess maybe it's an actual gun. I'm not sure. It might actually just be the gun with a skin on it, right? So you sell that item on the Steam marketplace, and these things go for like thousands of fucking dollars, dude.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Was it? I remember there was like a whole like con that happened with that, right? Like there were some people like conning people of like
I think there was a site you could sell your items on,
yeah,
and
wasn't it?
that site was like it was gambling, I think, and that's what it
Oh,
was
that's what it
related
was.
to.
Yes.
What?
Okay.
But you also have to think. So, like, I'm not again like maybe that site did it worse. Maybe it was really bad and they lied about it or something.
Yeah. Mm.
But again, like when you're opening these packages, you're still gambling. You put money into a box that randomly rotates and drops on something you think you might want or might not want. So,
Yeah, actually, that's actually opening a bigger question because like I think now like the whole gambling aspect of like certain games has like kind of like decreased because I
yeah.
think there was a whole thing with Europe where there were like certain games now have a different rating or cannot be sold to minors because it has a gambling element to it. I forget for which game. I think it was like for FIFA. I think
Yeah,
about it.
FIFA, they had a big trial on. I don't
Yeah.
even know if it might still be going on.
Yeah. I don't remember. Like it became this whole thing of like this is why like gambling and like NFTs and this whole thing about like your actual hard-earned money being put into like this whole system is just like this weird thing of like where we've gone with video games.
Yeah, I don't think that NFTs and gambling should be targeted at children
Oh my god, fucking rolling for your NFTs.
because that's something you should be choosing as an adult to do is all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then that brings up the other question too, is because working at GameStop for almost 3 years, you'd have parents that come in and being like, "Oh yeah, my son, daughter, whoever so and so wants to buy GTA.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Chase an M-rated game, 18 plus,
Mhm.
17 plus, whatever." Um, they're like, "Oh yeah, I don't care, just give it to them." And then in turn, the kid ends up wanting to buy something in said game, which the parents put their cards into.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And it's just like, where where do you stop that? You have
Yeah.
parents that go to the store, won't care at all,
Yeah.
but once like they have to put money towards something else in the game, that's when they're like, "Oh no, this is stupid. Why did you sell it? Blah blah blah." The whole shebang.
But I feel like that's the fault of the parent themselves. Like I feel like if you these are one of these things where I think with video games now, especially with like, third party sellers like GameStop should
Mhm.
describe, when they say that if when your transaction is happening that, oh, this game has microtransactions that are like either gambling or like some element of gambling. You know how like if you buy an M-rated game for someone who's not of 18 or 17 years old, they have to explain to like the person buying it that this game contains blood, nudity, language, and all this other stuff. Are you okay with me selling this to you to give to your child?
So that
That's
would start being part of ESRB or whatever the rating company. I can't remember what they're actually.
but I think that was ESRB that were coming off trying to, well, I don't know. I think that whole thing with Europe was against the ESRB because they were trying to like say gambling has to be part of the ESRB now because of the fact that like it's being targeted to children.
No, they it was.
There was
I
something with the
think it was actually just like straight up like the court versus Ubisoft, and Ubisoft. It just we should talk about this at some other
yeah,
time
I
because
feel
there's so much about it.
I feel like
But like
yeah.
you should be able to like bring up the video and like watch it real quick and like not now, but like I said, like later. Like
Yeah.
the way
I
they handled it was insane. It's just so stupid.
Okay, I'll try to look for it. But I remember there was something that about like the ESRB brought into the conversation about the whole gambling
Probably.
aspect of games, marketed to kids. But
Yeah.
like I'm saying is that like if a parent okay, look. I was raised
Hmm.
I was raised by my mother is very frivolous with money and I want to say frivolous. how do I explain this? Explaining video games to my mom is a little difficult.
Right.
But she understands like certain things about like, oh, the one thing she doesn't still understand is like, why do you gotta pay money for this game? Like, for example, let's say my I'm not gonna lie, my mom opens up my like credit card statement, sometimes, and she's like, "Oh, how come you paid this much on PlayStation? Did you buy a game?" I'm like, "Well, I technically bought like this thing for the game," and she's like, "But why?" And I'm like, "Oh, because it adds to the game and this and that." And like I try to get her to understand, and she's like, "Why though? Like, why do video games do that?" And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Well, it just adds to the game." And she's like, "I don't get it." All right, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's your credit card, pay for it, I guess.
Trying
But
to think how you would explain that too. Yeah.
yeah, it's one of these things where like I get it at some standpoints that like, you know, a parent doesn't care at times. They just want their kids to shut up. Some parents are like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like they should be a little bit more educated when it comes to games, especially now, in the sense that like your kid is going to want something out of it. Like almost every game has microtransactions at this point.
Yep.
So I feel like it's up to the parents to be a little bit more knowledgeable and understand that this game that my kid's into, he wants this Rick and Morty skin for some reason. How much is the currency for this game? Oh, okay, I can buy V-Bucks. Sorry, Fortnite. Not sorry, Fortnite, but it's you get these stories about like kids spending like thousands of dollars on V-Bucks and their parents like complaining to Epic Games saying that like, I need you to refund me that money. So it's like, it's your fault, because you put your credit card for that.
So what I think is 100% true about what you said was the parents should be more educated.
Mhm.
The parents, as a parent who has children that are about to play on a PlayStation, an Xbox, a phone, a PC, anything, right?
Mhm.
Or Nintendo, because Nintendo has Fortnite in there as well.
Yeah.
When you're buying the system, you should understand what the system is capable of. That's why there are parental controls on there. So for your child, you can put on parental controls. I believe on there at some point, there in all these systems, there's a way to say like you can't use a credit card without a specific code, right?
Yeah.
Never give that to your fucking kid ever. That's
Yeah.
your code. You go in and you do it for them when they need it done. And a lot of this I think is laziness. When they're just like you just said, like, shut up, go do it, right? I don't want to hear it from you.
Yeah, you got your video game, don't complain to me.
So on top of this though, the other thing you need to know is when you buy them a game, you should yourself research the game and understand what's going on with that game, that it has microtransactions. Like they should, even before going into GameStop, even before buying it on the store, should ask their kid what they want, understand what they're getting their child, and now you know.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah, and I agree.
it's not that hard.
I agree with you with the parental settings because like fucking everybody YouTubes shit, for tutorials and stuff. It's fucking Nintendo already has a YouTube tutorial for parental guidance of like just like how to guide the parent to fucking do the parental activation shit. So it's really not an excuse at this point. But I get it. I think like I was saying before about like, my mom comes from an older generation of people of like not really understanding video games. The only thing she's gotten close to like video games was like Mario. But even then, like at that time, Mario didn't really have transactions of like pay $5 to get a 1-up, compared to like
Oh, what is?
It's trying to explain that to her, because obviously I do know a little bit more about video games, is not really a huge feat. It's gonna obviously make them go, that seems really dumb, but that's the whole gist of it. Is just like, it's a dumb thing, yes, but that's how games are now. And this is the future we're in, is everything's all microtransactions. So you know, but I don't know, like, man, I miss this is kind of making me think about like the old days of just buying the disc, that's it, and call it a day. But you know, once I got a PS3, that was the moment where I realized like what like that made me look at microtransactions and be like, wait, what are microtransactions? And then I'm seeing like, oh, this is currency for stuff that you can buy for a game that you're playing either online or offline, and or you can buy DLC for like an expansion pass of like a new level or a new multiplayer map. And it's like, do I really need it? But at the same time, you know, people are also buying it. I think the perfect example of that was like Call of Duty, where it's like, you know, to play maps with other people, you have to buy that map. And
That was
you know,
probably my first introduction into microtransactions was League. The main one though would have been like Call of Duty buying, which isn't really. I guess it's a microtransaction, but it feels more like a small add-on. I guess,
yeah, like
which is probably the same thing.
yeah, cosmetic stuff is like, yeah,
It feels way more microtransacted to me. Is that like
yeah.
again like buying a costume on League is like really the microtransactions to me.
Okay, I gotcha. Because what other things that you can buy on League besides cosmetics?
XP boost.
Yeah.
Sorry, go
You
ahead.
can also do like physical characters too.
I
not physical,
forgot.
like
Yeah.
like in the game, physical characters.
Yeah. Just
you
like
also
any other
earn
game,
them.
you can like earn. Yeah, you can earn like in-game currency to buy them, or you can pay real money to buy them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think another topic is just like mobile games. Mobile games are like pretty bad with their microtransaction stuff.
I don't think I'm ever really gonna understand mobile games as well as like I guess kids do nowadays, because they're not there's not a great detail to them. There's not a great story. It's all just like
It's all
also
clicker games.
time passing.
Yeah.
It's clicker games.
Right.
Time wasters.
Yeah.
That's all they
Yep.
are. Like I was talking about Mario, and like the whole thing that my mom was like, I'm so glad my mom never played the Mario Jump games, because apparently that has microtransactions for you to skip ads. And it's just like, what the fuck is going on? And you know, obviously the other one was like not Bejeweled, but was Candy Crush. Candy Crush was pretty bad.
I'm not gonna say a name. I have a friend that paid about $2,000 in that game.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Was it worth it?
It wasn't me.
No,
by
no,
the
no,
way.
I'm not. I
Just-
know.
I never played Candy Crush.
Uh.
He doesn't play it anymore.
And that's the thing, man. It's just like it's all digital shit. So it's just like, it just yeah.
That can come down to anything, though. You could say the same thing about like buying Call of Duty maps, and it's like you're not playing Modern Warfare 2 anymore. Why'd you buy it?
Yeah, it's like it just, I guess, depending on the worth at the time that you buy it, I guess.
Yeah, everything comes down to what your meaning of worth is and how you define fun, and just really everything is subject to how you feel about it, I guess.
That's yeah. This feels like our free to play conversation all over again. Because like, yeah, it depends if you want to waste your time or you don't want to waste your time. Yeah, I mean, video games are time wasters in general, so it's just
any type of entertainment medium is technically a time waster.
Yeah, nah, you're right about that. But overall, I think NFTs, fucking Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Have you guys ever played that at all? Breakpoint.
I barely touched it.
I played the demo and hated the demo. A lot of games you'll find out I played the demo and didn't like it and just didn't play the game.
And that's the thing, is that like they were gonna try to put this in the game that I don't think sold well. I don't think it even with like reviews, I think people like just found it boring.
It had a lot of issues in the beginning, and again, like just like most games, they updated it and it did better. So after that, they sold more.
I don't know. Yeah.
John Barenthal, main character, Let's tell you our main villain. Sorry.
I was gonna say, wasn't he the villain? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's John Barenthal, all right. I'll tell you, he's gonna be there.
Is he going?
there.
Ooh, doing his Punisher grunts.
I love him. I love him. I can't
Um,
wait for him to come back for more Punisher. Anyways, go ahead.
No, it's just like I obviously this was supposed to be their testing grounds, but even then you can at the end of it, it's just like it became this thing where people. This is the weird thing because it's like it is their testing ground, but people spent money. People spent actual money, and it's gone. So, all Ubisoft has to do is just like, oh, we tried our best, just dust themselves off, and we're out. That's it. Thanks for buying, I guess.
And that's why they should have bought it.
Yeah, talk to you never, because who gives a fuck?
It's gambling, baby.
Yeah, and crypto, like the whole crypto market is just gambling at this point. It is. Yeah, it is. So, I mean, good luck to anyone who bought the Ubisoft Quartz. Because holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, and this was the crazy thing is that like this fucking whole thing of NFTs is just a fad, and so many companies were trying to push it, and the backlash was just fucking crazy.
It's the whole FOMO thing. If one company does it and they're like extremely successful, and then another company that thought of it and they're like, oh man, I could have been in their shoes, or I could have been the one.
Yeah.
Gonna be like up there with them too, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Battle Royale situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why all those companies brought out, Square Enix being the one that finally did it.
Finally. Final Fantasy VII First Soldier.
Yeah, dude. Such a great game.
Oh, it's so good.
It's great. It's wonderful. You didn't play it? You should play it.
Oh, I probably should. I want to ride the chocobo.
Sink your teeth in.
God. So yeah, Ghost Recon. But hopefully with this next article, hopefully this doesn't have fucking microtransactions. Remedy is remaking Max Payne 1 and 2.
All right.
With the
I hope that the microtransaction comes in having to buy the game.
You gotta pay money to get Max's family back. They're both his daughter and wife are separate purchases.
Separate purchases, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they're remaking Max Payne 1 and 2 with the Control engine. Gentlemen, have you played Max Payne 1 or 2 and or Control?
No.
I did not play Control. I played
yes.
Max Payne.
Okay,
Wesley played Control. Dude, Control. Oof, I like that game.
Okay, then I guess I should play it.
Oh,
it's good.
Well, I like it because I keep bringing it to the whole thing where it's like PlayStation's version, even though it's on Xbox too. PlayStation's version of what the fuck is that game on Xbox that's exclusive?
Quantum Break?
Yeah, that one. There you go. It's literally like a PlayStation Quantum Break, essentially.
I mean, it is.
No, it's on both systems.
Quantum Break is Remedy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same company, but like, I feel like, yeah. I feel like Control is a more fleshed out Quantum Break kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't played through Quantum Break, but for what I played, it was all right. But it tried to go for more like a TV motif, and I don't know if like that played into the story itself, because I know so Control is weird because God, I don't want to spoil it, because there's this huge thing that happens in Control in one of the DLCs. Speaking of DLCs,
I haven't beaten the game.
Oh yeah, don't do it. I haven't played the game.
Oh, like I just want to get it out there. I just want to get it out.
You can just hold it in.
Okay.
It's like a sneeze. Just don't sneeze.
Okay. Or fart, like this fart that is grumbling in my stomach, but I need to let it out.
No, we're on separate cameras. You can fart. Go ahead.
You could mute yourself and do it.
Yeah.
You didn't have to say anything.
Oh yeah. So let me say it.
That's so stupid. Yeah, Control. Oh, it's so good. I like the whole aspect of like it's interesting that it's a third person, like over the shoulder kind of shooter, in a sense. Um, like the
Confused. Is he
whole
actually saying something?
him. I don't know. His
All right,
his
I'm done with
picture
the
is literally
bit.
just an endless loading for me.
Did you actually just record that onto that?
On my end, no, I actually muted my microphone, so
Oh, so it got nothing. You were just
Yeah.
literally talking to yourself.
I was actually literally explaining it. So like, if anyone can read lips, now knows the shit that I just said.
That's
Oh,
funny,
God.
dude. Add subtitles to that section.
Like I would say play Control because it is a love letter to a lot of the Remedy games, obviously Max Payne and Alan Wake.
Oh, right. Max Payne was actually a Remedy game? Okay.
It's technically Rockstar's, but yeah, Remedy was that team that made Max Payne.
I just don't remember seeing the name Remedy, that's why.
Yeah, no. It's
Max
fun.
Payne was really, really fun back in the day.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's because other games weren't out, and it was kind of like one of the few things that was out to play at the time, but it was enjoyable. I liked the game. I don't really remember too much, so personally, I don't need to remember. I just want to play through it again for the sake of playing through it again, you know?
No, yeah, I get you. I started up Max Payne 1. I started the PS2 to PS4 version, and I'm like, I'm not digging it. And then I went
Okay.
to the PC, the Steam version, and like it's smoother. So I'll try to play it through there. But I think the reason why Max Payne 1 was so praised was because of its narrative. Like people were like really digging like the noir feel of it, of like, Max being like, the city is filled with druggies that killed my wife and daughter.
My
and
wife.
My wife. And oh god, sorry, I just remembered about the Max Payne movie.
Oh.
Oh man, did you watch that movie?
I am remembering slightly that happened.
With Marky Mark as Max Payne.
Oh, Wahlberg was him?
Yeah.
I guess I remember the release of it, but I don't really remember watching it. I'm gonna see if I can find this later on just to watch it.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious.
My
to go.
wife.
I know that I know that movie is actually pretty terrible, but regardless, yeah.
That's the same thing as like Punisher being terrible. Those movies are bad.
I kind of like the Thomas Jane one.
He was okay.
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, I think the behind the scenes thing about that was that Thomas Jane was a huge Punisher fan, like for real.
Just watched something with Thomas Jane in it the other day.
Thomas Jane is in a lot of movies.
Yeah.
So yeah, Max Payne 1 and 2. So yeah, I've been curious about that series in general. I know people were kind of like iffy on Max Payne 3. So people were like, Max Payne 3 is okay. The series ended, but I don't know. But it's cool to see that, they're redoing the whole thing in the Control engine, because that engine is kind of nuts. It's one of those like really graphic intensive engines that like my current GPU was like couldn't even deal with in like medium settings, because like, there were so many like things, like reflective things happening, a lot of like geometric like crazy shit, just like cubes and shit moving all over the place. So it just became this thing of like, yeah. I think Wesley fell asleep.
Nope.
No.
Okay. I'm so worried because like I'm recording this thing and then just like me and Hal are talking and just have Wesley just slumped.
I'm just listening because like I haven't played Max Payne or anything, so like I have nothing to contribute.
I mean, you
That's
play
fair.
Control.
Well, yeah, Control, but it's like
They're the same game. His wife and family murdered. Actually, Control's
It's a
the sequel
female.
to Max Payne, and it's his wife going crazy while she was lost.
Bro, the shit that I said on mute.
Nope.
No, the only thing is that like they make reference to Max Payne, but in the sense that like Max Payne is it's a book, but they named it a different character because Remedy didn't really have the license to Max Payne because Max Payne is a Rockstar property. So they named it something else, but in that universe, it is still technically Max Payne. Like
Okay.
it's a book, it's a noir book about a detective doing the Max Payne shit, but they call him something else. It only does like a reference to Max Payne. Even then, the voice actor that plays Max Payne in the first game is like a major character in Control.
Nice.
Yeah. I recommend Control. If you have the Ultimate Edition, I think you get a free PS5 upgrade.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I have no idea what I have.
Yes, I don't remember.
Yeah, because there was I think Control was also on PS Plus at a point, but I think there was a whole weird thing where it was just like, I think it was the base game and you couldn't you couldn't do the upgrade unless you had the Ultimate Edition specifically was when you could do the upgrade.
Anything that they put out on PS Plus, you can't PS5 upgrade for free.
Bug Snacks. Oh no, that was only PS5.
Looks
Never
like
mind.
That was
PS5.
Damn it.
Wow. I can't believe you would forget that.
Talking-
Booger snacks.
Talking about Bug Snacks. Bug Snacks.
Good.
So yeah, I'm kind of excited, I guess, to see what it would look like. I don't know if I should actually go back and finish Max Payne 1.
Probably not. You should probably just play when it comes back out.
The remake. And this is funny because like, they have Alan Wake 2 coming out. I think this year or next year, I don't remember. But they announced
It'll probably be held back till next year if it came. If it's supposed to come this year, most things are getting held back.
Yeah, probably next year. So yeah, Alan Wake 2 was announced. I like Alan Wake. I know you don't like Alan Wake. Yeah, you.
I own Alan Wake. I like it.
You hate it. You said you hate Alan Wake. You're like,
What?
fuck Alan Wake.
No, you were just bad at it. You were like,
Anyways.
ghost flashlight. I can't. It was like watching someone play Luigi's Mansion horribly.
That hurt my ego. Which by the way, Luigi's Mansion 3 is still really good. If you haven't played it.
I haven't played 1 or 2.
I would say play Luigi's. I would say play Luigi's Mansion 1 through PC means, if you know what I mean.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, okay, good. Anyways.
Make sure I pay for my games. I got it.
Yeah. Don't Nintendo. I'm telling him to buy the game.
In this game, I am allowed to play it.
I'm allowed to play it.
My friend owns this game. I'm allowed to play.
Yeah. Alan Wake I really liked. Did you play the American Nightmare?
I have it. I didn't play it.
You didn't play it? Okay. Yeah. I enjoyed it. Obviously, the American Nightmare was more of a teaser to Alan Wake 2, even though like Alan Wake 2 wasn't really confirmed at the time. But I forgot that Remedy also came out with Crossfire X, which was the first-person shooter multiplayer thing that they came out with. And they're planning on doing a co-op thing with Control in that universe. So I don't know how that's gonna go. Oh yeah, Remedy is also working on 2 new Control games, a sequel, and then a multiplayer spin-off. Yeah. So, I mean, I forget. I'm trying to think how Control ends. Yeah, it could do a sequel, to be honest, because Control is so weird. Yeah, I would say the game is very like, I wouldn't say lore heavy, but they're like, the whole gist is that like the whole building is fucking weird, and like there are like things that are just objects that are just fucking weird, that there are files that talk about it. So it's one of those games where it's like you'll be seeing a lot of files about specific objects, and then you will see that specific object and you're like, oh, it's that thing. It's one of those games where it's like, oh yeah, I've heard about it, and now I get to actually see it, and yeah, it is fucking weird. Yeah, 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 yeah. Talking about sequels,
Kingdom Hearts 4.
Kingdom Hearts 4.
I don't know if that's where you're leading to, but I just had to.
Yeah, that was a segue. That was a segue.
Let's go.
This is way more, you guys. I
This is-
did not play 3,
I'm
but I did watch you
This is
play
way
3.
more me
No.
than anything.
No, I'm waiting for Haller, for Wesley to speak, and Haller just leaned back and closed his eyes like Wesley just did. Yeah, like that, exactly like that. So Wesley, this is more of your territory. What do you think about the Kingdom Hearts? Because we're talking on Sunday. Well, now we're technically on Monday. The 11th, the 20th anniversary.
Relatively the day of release of said video.
So a video came out not today, excuse me, on the 10th of April of the 20th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts, and they made some announcements of a couple mobile games and obviously Kingdom Hearts 4.
It's one new mobile game in Kingdom Hearts 4. The other mobile games you're talking about is just the
Re-releases, right?
either that or they're just bringing up the other games as well, saying that you tie into the story.
Gotcha.
Sadly, I haven't played the mobile games as much as I should have. Did when they first came out, of course, because Kingdom Hearts. But like after a while, I was like, yeah, that's kind of boring. I don't really feel like it. Until they were like, oh yeah, this game is like 100% canon to the story, and here's why. And I'm like, oh my god, good thing I didn't play it, because this would have been forever. I don't know what the correlation was from that time, so.
I think I have a love-hate relationship with Kingdom Hearts. I think that's all I have to say.
Literally, your only love-hate relationship stems from Chain of Memories or Rechain of Memories.
I think my issue is
bad game. Sorry, God.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's not a good game. I don't know who the fuck says it's a good game. They're fucking crazy people. That's
It was terrible. I beat it on easy, and it was still hard.
Bro, that fucking card combat is not. Why? I know it was a Game Boy game. It was a Game Boy game originally, and then it became a PS2 game with 3D models, and it's just like it's still not fun with the card combat. Originally, when I was playing it, I was like, "Oh, this is actually not that bad." And then once I got to like, I want to say like the third or second Riku fight, I was like, "Fuck this! I'm not doing this shit."
You know why I think they were doing card combat? Do you remember? I want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mega Man games were coming out with card combat in it at that time. I think card combat was like kind of a big thing back then.
I think you're right. There were a lot of games doing card combat shit. I think not just Mega Man, but something else was doing it at the same time too. Mostly on like the portable stuff. Obviously, the Game Boy Advance.
Mostly Game Boy Advance stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right
what
about
a fucking
that.
wild ass like shit they were doing. Like,
but
I wanted to play that.
But Kingdom Hearts has this issue where like this is the hate part of my feelings towards this is that like it went on so many platforms that it was hard to keep up with. And that's why like even the current collection, the all-in-one package that they call it, it's a lot of like the big Kingdom Hearts heads are like it's not really everything. Like it's still missing content from the fucking mobile games. And everybody's like fucking why are the mobile games connected? I don't
So if you ever put a game on the phone, how much do I love Diablo, Jones?
You love it a lot.
I love it a lot.
So.
Love it a lot.
If you ever put a game on the phone, I'm not gonna fucking play your stupid game. and they put Diablo Immortal on the phone. I'm
That's
not playing it. I won't play it because it's fucking dumb. It's fucking stupid. It's the same thing with these. I was watching the video that you sent us, Wesley, which had a phone, Android, iPhone, game for Kingdom Hearts. Not touching it. Fuck you. No. And phone graphics are getting really good.
Yeah.
There's games that look phenomenal on the phone. That game looks like shit. Like, why would you not even attempt? I don't know, man. It's just, I'm not going to play your games on the phone.
Yeah, I have the same feeling as you, but it's just like one of those things where it's like, why the fuck does it have to be integral to the actual lore of the mainline stuff? It's like, it's insane to think that there are people that are still out there that are like, I love Kingdom Hearts. I play Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3. And then there are the other people that are like, well, I played the mobile games through the translation, and then, you know, I got through the Game Boy Advance game, and then when I eventually got a DS game, I was playing the DS game. Oh, and I also had a PSP, so I was able to play the PSP game. And then, by the way, I also got Dream Drop Distance, because Dream Drop Distance is like, it's like so many fucking branches of like this crazy fucking series. And it's just like, I can't think of another series that has gone this crazy.
Really quick.
Uh-huh.
It was just in my head. Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
The Matrix, so the new movie was linked with canon information to the video game on the PC, I think it was.
Oh my god.
Do you guys know this?
Yes, I know this. The whole Morpheus thing?
Where Morpheus died.
Yes. Yep.
How stupid is that? That's canon.
Yep.
These movies had a game that came out, and then you're gonna fucking say like that happened? Like
Morpheus
no.
dies. Morpheus is
So
dead.
Fucking dumb, bro.
But his consciousness, bro. I
didn't watch the fourth one. I have no
idea. I watched the fourth one.
I honestly don't care if you ruin anything for me either, because
okay. I guess I'll put up
unless I don't know if Wesley does, so I don't know.
Wesley loves
The
the Matrix.
It was bad.
Okay. I guess slight spoilers for the Matrix. I guess not really, because they show it in the trailers. So you know the guy who's supposed to be Morpheus, and people thought that, oh, it's younger Morpheus?
Mm-hmm.
No. It's a combination of both Morpheus and Agent Smith that Neo fabricated in his mind, that is supposed to reteach him on the ways of the Matrix Kung Fu and understand that the Matrix is all in his head and he has to overcome it. But in reality, there's also another consciousness of Agent Smith that's in that one young guy, and that doesn't make any fucking sense. But who cares? Because they couldn't get fucking what's his face, fucking the actual Agent Smith to come back, so they just brought.
They couldn't get him back, really?
No, they couldn't. I think there was an interview there. It was just like Hugo Weaving. There we go. They just couldn't get him on.
Wow.
There was so many things to that movie's production where it was just like, it starts to make sense. There were a lot of speculations thinking that like Lana Wachowski, the director, when they made all three movies, it was the Wachowskis. It was them. But the fourth movie was just Lana. I don't know what the other sister's name is, but like I said, just Lana. And then it became this whole thing where there were theories that they were going to either reboot the series or just make a sequel, because for some reason, I don't know why people were coming back about like the Matrix. Like there was some resurgence of the Matrix that was happening.
Mm-hmm.
So Warner Brothers was planning on doing something with it. So that's why they asked the Wachowskis, "Do you want to come back?" And you know, it was Lana, and people believe, the whole speculation is that people believe Lana fucked up the movie because it's one of those series that just needs to die. And that's why people try to get meta about the story, about like, oh, it's actually a description about how Hollywood tries to create sequels, and people were just trying to like read into it and thinking that it's some kind of grand metaphor. When you try to watch it as an actual Matrix movie, it's not good. Like, it's honestly not good. That's why I didn't like it, because it's like the Matrix movies were just a commentary on like, is our reality real? You know, how far has technology gone? And, you know, our world of technology is a part of our life, and, you know, our obsession with technology. And then this movie comes out, and it really doesn't have any of that. But only if you think about it metaphorically. Like, it just became this, I want to say, a mind fuck. It just became this headache. It honestly just became a headache, like, throughout the course of the movie, where it's just like, because it did so many things where it's like, remember this part of the Matrix 1? You remember, you like that part? Remember that part where Neo flew up in the air and Rage Against the Machine started playing? And how fucking cool that shit was? You remember? You remember? Yeah, you remember. And I was just sitting there, I was like, yeah, I get it. I remember. So it's, as a Matrix movie, I didn't like it. And even with like the whole metaphors and shit, I still thought it was bad.
Yeah.
And then I think also the other thing was that like they were trying to make this whole thing about Trinity and Neo like a bigger love story, but there's other speculations thinking that the actress that plays Trinity wanted more of a bigger role, because if she didn't, she would not be in the movie. So they wrote this whole thing about how like Trinity is actually super important to Neo. And it's just like, man, this movie,
She was definitely super important to Neo in the third one.
in the third one, but like they try to redo that again, where it's just like Trinity is the other part of Neo.
Did they have the lovemaking scene just like in either the third or second one?
I think it's the
where they're
second one.
underground?
Yeah. Oh, you
Like,
mean?
ooh, ooga chaka, ooga chaka.
Oh, I thought you meant like the crazy rave orgy scene.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I think it's the second.
Yeah, and I don't know which one it's in. I just remember them being like,
yeah, I remember like
a
the
lot
rave
of
music and
breathing.
everybody, how heavy breathing, everybody's shaking around, sweat's flying everywhere, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, the Matrix. Just show me some more kung fu shit.
Show me more kung fu or more heavy breathing, whatever one you want.
But yeah, I didn't like Matrix 4. Like I said, I think it's one of the most like divisive movies to come out of recent years, because of just like people try to read into it too heavily.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, after hearing your description makes me not want to watch it even more.
But like I said, it's one of these things where it's like, I don't go into it thinking that, you know, this is going to be the perfect sequel to The Matrix. I don't know. I don't even think I can recommend it at this point. It's one of those things where it's just, okay. I mean, it's one of those things you just have to experience. It's one of those experiences where it's just like, was it worth it?
I'd rather experience some hamburger helper in my stomach right now.
Oh, goddamn.
Oh, God.
Oh, goddamn. Yeah, Matrix was a mess. But yeah, the whole thing about that lore aspect that Morpheus is dead because of I think the MMO, I think it was.
Oh shit! Yeah, I don't know.
It was
I can't remember if it was MMO or not.
I think it was the Matrix
a video game.
Yeah, it was the Matrix Online. They had a specific scene where Morpheus walks through an alley and one of those like albino ghost twins come out of a vent and shoot Morpheus. And
I know ghost twins.
And then you just get Morpheus gets shot, and that's it. Morpheus is dead.
I got the game.
And it's hilarious because like when Morpheus, Jesus, when Lawrence Fishburne showed up in like I think John Wick 2 or 3. I think 2, where he was the homeless guy. Everybody was like, "Man, I can't wait for that Matrix movie." And then the rumors of the Matrix movie coming out and no Lawrence Fishburne, and the interview coming out being like, technically his character's dead. So, oh well. But anyways, Kingdom Hearts. Are you gonna pick it up, Wesley, day one?
Probably.
God damn.
Yeah, I think for the fourth one, I'll definitely be down to play it.
Do you have any like knowledge of Kingdom Hearts at this point?
Me?
Yeah.
I played 1 and 2.
Yeah, you got everything? You got the gist of what's going on?
Yeah, I watched you play 3. What? I'm not gonna play all these fucking side games. I'll
That's
watch
what
a
I'm s-
video on it. Yeah, so
That's what I'm saying, is that like it's one of these things where it's like you have that
you'll
those-
stream all those at some point. I'll get
No,
them
I
all.
won't. No, I
Yeah.
fucking
No,
won't.
Can
There
you stream the
won't-
won't.
phone game, please?
No, I
Please, can you
fucking
stream the
won't.
phone game, please?
No, fuck that.
Oh, why not?
No, fuck
Diablo
fuck
1.
that.
If Ono needs me to say this right now, Diablo 1.
Diablo 1. God, I don't know. You, I don't. I'm trying to think. It's a Sophie's Choice kind of thing, where it's like play Diablo 1 or play the Kingdom Hearts mobile games. Gun to your
I
head
think you would
moment.
choose Kingdom Hearts.
I think I would choose Kingdom Hearts. You're like, fine, fuck it, give me a phone. I don't give a fuck. I don't know, man. Like I said, this brings up the whole thing of like two audiences of like people who played obviously the 3 mainline games and then the people who played the mainline stuff and the side stuff, because Rechain of Memories is super important. It's the lead up to Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yep.
Like that's why.
I knew that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Because that's
like-
why. It literally explains as to like why Sora doesn't remember anything in Kingdom Hearts 2. And then on top of that, why he's in that white room. And why Roxas exists.
And why Sora is quote unquote sleeping for months on end.
Yeah, and then he got too big for his clothes. And
Yep.
then Donald and Goofy are like, let's get you out of those clothes, Sora.
Oh no.
A yuck.
God. Oh my
That's-
god.
I think that's Brazzers made that one.
Brazzers. But I'm trying to think, and then like the whole thing with what is it, 2.8? The whole thing with Aqua, her story.
Oh yeah, her
That
side
was-
story, yeah.
That was also a lead up to
Christ.
Kingdom Hearts 3. That's what I'm saying. Is that like this is some crazy shit? And then
You
when
literally just said 2.8 and my mind just went blank. It was like, whatever.
that's why the naming convention for Kingdom Hearts is the shittiest thing in the world, because like you have like what is it, 368?
368 or something like that over 2.
Yeah, and it's just like what? And then like
So the title explains the whole thing with the Roxas, or not Roxas, with Roxas and Shion. Apparently, if I remember correctly, one of them had 360 something days until termination their mission or something. Shion was supposed to be the conduit for Sora too. It was like this whole weird like thing between them. I don't remember.
I'm trying to close my eyes and all I hear is, well, Shion was trying to be the conduit to Sora, and then and it's like I understand what he's talking about, because I think I went on like a lore dive a little bit, and then he explained it to me about like the dumb bullshit that happens in that series, and I'm just like, God fucking damn it, man.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, and then with Kingdom Hearts 3, there was like that little weird stuffed animal thing that shows up, and I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, Chirithy, that's the connection to Union X.
Do you understand him?
No idea what you're talking about.
You understand him? He could be talking gibberish, and I'll be like, yeah, sure, that's part of the Kingdom Hearts lore. I guess.
To
I
be
don't
fair,
know.
that's that same thing as Final Fantasy for me. Like a lot of the time, I don't know what happened in Final Fantasy.
Okay. I think
So-
wait, hold on, Wesley. Before you say anything, I think that's also another perfect example that another series that coincides with the crazy shit of Kingdom Hearts is Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII it has a series of its own.
Yeah.
That's why you have Final Fantasy VII. You have
Dirge Cerberus.
Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core, Advent Children,
Mhm.
before Crisis, and now Remake.
What about After Crisis?
I think there is actually After Crisis. I have to look back at that, but like Before Crisis is like a story about like the dudes in the suits, the Turks, and like their story, and apparently it's integral to like fucking Crisis Core, and it's like, and then Crisis Core is its own goofy shit where it has Gact the singer as being the Sephiroth of that universe, and he has a song, and then you can't put Gact in anymore because they use his likeness on the PSP game, and now that game is lost because of licensing because of Gact. And then you got Dirge of Cerberus and fucking what's his name, Vincent is a cuck. I don't know. I guess.
I'm sorry. What happened to Vincent?
Vincent Valentine. Sorry for any FF7 lovers or Vincent Valentine lovers. Vincent Valentine is the biggest Final Fantasy cuck I've ever seen because his love interest was in love with his dad, and then she became in love with Hojo, excuse me, the scientist guy, and then her son is Sephiroth, and then Hojo is technically Sephiroth's dad. I'm pretty sure. And then there was a whole thing where Vincent had to put her in a crystal to keep her like in cryo sleep. And that's why in Dirge of Cerberus, there are moments where he goes to that crystal thing and is like, Lucrezia, I miss you. I'll try to save your son, I think. And then they kill Sephiroth, and then Sephiroth goes crazy. Final Fantasy VII.
Jesus. Yeah, there's things I didn't know, I guess.
Yeah, like that was the whole thing about Dirge of Cerberus, is that like it goes into a bit of lore about the whole experimentation thing that Hojo was doing behind the scenes, and that's why there's that whole thing about the Sephiroth clones. And that's why Final Fantasy VII talks about Cloud being experimented on, because in Crisis Core, both him and Zack get experimented on to become somewhat of Sephiroth clones. And that's why Cloud has these visions of Sephiroth, because he has this mental connection with Sephiroth. And then in Advent Children, the Sephiroth clones show up and they want to fight Cloud, and then there's a whole thing where Cloud fights Sephiroth again, but it's not technically Sephiroth. And then the whole speculation with Final Fantasy VII Remake is that it's a whole redoing of the universe, but it's Sephiroth with the knowledge of everything that happened beforehand, of like how he knows how he dies, and like the Sephiroth clones and this and that, and like the way he's able to change, because that's essentially the whole thing about Final Fantasy VII Remake, is like that's why it ends the way it does. I didn't get it at first, spoilers for Final Fantasy VII Remake, but like I didn't get it at first because I didn't play the original Final Fantasy or Crisis Core. That because of what they did in Remake, Zack lives, and Zack was the character for Crisis Core, and he was supposed to die. So now there's this whole split timeline that everybody's so interested in the second part, that do we get to play as Zack now? Like, what happens now? Is Zack going to go after Sephiroth? Like, what happens in that timeline? Like, that's why it's Final Fantasy VII is like the Kingdom Hearts of Final Fantasy. And I think that's why Cloud shows up in Kingdom Hearts, because he knows how stupid his series is. Like Kingdom Hearts. So you were saying, Wesley?
Chirithi is that little fuzzy creature that you see. They were created by the OG Master of Masters to basically oversee the progress of Keyblade wielders. So that's why Sora sees 1 and 3, and that's why that Chirithy goes back to Roxas um, at the end of the game when they finally go back to um, their little island.
Sure, it looks like Little Mogul
Yeah.
or Mog or whatever. Mogul. Mog.
Moggers.
But supposedly, if the Keyblade wielder were to succumb to darkness, the Chirithy would also succumb to darkness, turning it into a nightmare. Um, so pretty much the OG masters were like, if you ever come across one of these, eliminate it like right there and then, because it's not good.
Will this series ever end?
Probably not.
Good.
I mean-
I want more.
Oh,
Again, I
God.
think the mainline series is great. I have fun with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I liked 3. I still haven't played the DLC, the Remind DLC. But I mean, I enjoyed it. I liked the fact that it actually took some parts of like Birth by Sleep, because I didn't know anything about Birth by Sleep, and I think you were the one that pointed it out. That was like, oh, it has like the Birth by Sleep homing attack stuff that was going on. So I was like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah, the shot locks.
yes, yeah. Shot locks.
You know what series I can follow though?
Mm-hmm.
Legend does.
Oh my god.
That's right. We forgot to talk about that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Another series that, well, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild sequel.
Duo.
Yeah, didn't it?
It got
It
delayed.
got pushed back, yeah.
Yeah, it got delayed. I saw this funny thing on Twitter that like the producer for Legend of Zelda played Elden Ring, and that's why it got pushed back. Because
Oh,
just,
Oh
no.
my god.
just like the amount of shit that was happening in Elden Ring, it's just like fuck. Because like even then, like Elden Ring was like the Breath of the Wild of Dark Souls, kind of. So I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I think that also happens in like productions, is that like certain producers play other games and see like what other games are doing, in that specific genre, and they just try to change their mind on certain mechanics and things like that.
Changed my mind.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I think at that point it's like it's research for their company, but it's also entertainment for them to like do stuff that's not necessarily related to their current project. It's like for them, but in terms of their company, it's something to see, like you were saying, how what other companies are doing and seeing like if they could either improve or enhance, just add on to whatever they were seeing or playing.
Yeah, yeah. I think that as well. I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea to, you know, improve on an element from another game, and like, obviously if something's fun, they will try to do it and put it in the game and see how it works. Because, even then, Breath of the Wild 1 was like such a open game of like crazy things that you can do. Obviously there were like videos of people like doing crazy trick shots and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like hidden secrets and stuff in that game, and I think to a point where like even the secrets felt a little excessive, almost as much as Elden Ring. But it's one of those things where like I felt like that game really defined a genre for open world games. Even though open world games are a genre of themselves, but it really made it really changed a lot of like open world games, because I think Horizon came out at the same time as Breath of the Wild, and you can kind of see the difference of like those two, of like, here's your average open world game, and then you have Breath of the Wild that's just like you can do crazy shit in this, where it's like you can burn a fucking forest in its entirety, or you can do crazy trick shots, like I said, or even then you can just head straight to the boss. Like you don't even have to do any of this other side shit. You can just go straight to the boss, see if you can take it on. Like it had so much openness, so that's why I'm really curious as to see where this sequel goes. Still no name. It's just called the sequel to the Breath of the Wild.
As far as it getting delayed, I think any game getting delayed is good unless it had a strong release date set and it's not like a massive game being made. Like if it's a short single player game, you should probably try to stick to your deadline. But
obviously the main thing that caused this whole thing is Cyberpunk. Like nobody wants to do another Cyberpunk, and that's also a huge thing of like, do delays necessarily work because of Cyberpunk being delayed so many times, and then it finally coming out and still being, you know, at launch not great. You know, obviously now it did improve on some bits, but it promised so much that when it actually released, it soured itself. And
delays do work. It's been proven off of multiple games that have been delayed before.
Yeah. Delays in not crunching your staff, obviously.
Right. The whole thing with Cyberpunk was the game was too ambitious. They didn't have enough time. The talent that was working on it specifically told upper management that they need more time, and they told them no.
Yeah.
So that was the company, more so like CEO type of situation's fault more than the people that were working on it, you know. And it's never cool for like people to blame devs, because devs are literally doing what they are told to do.
Mm-hmm.
They are not the ones that are able to make any higher up decisions.
Yeah, because that was the whole thing with that that apology statement, was that like it felt more blame towards the devs, which is like that shouldn't be the case.
Not their
like,
fault.
Yeah, it's not their fault. It's like
unless they all didn't do their job. That's it.
But that's the thing. They did do
Right.
their job. It's just the amount of time they were given by higher up was not what they were expecting. And that's the sad truth, is just like, you know, CD Projekt Red, it was a weird one because obviously people really like the Witcher games. You know, I'm one of those people that really like the Witcher games. I thought the Witcher 3 I still think is a phenomenal game. And like you said, it promised too much. It was too overambitious. The situation is that because of it being overambitious, is that the demo that they showed, like I think at like closed doors, was only one set thing that they had. Like they didn't have anything else after that. And then even then, they changed so many things. So it just became this thing of like, I think there was an interview where they were saying that like some developers kept getting like, I don't remember. It was like a whole thing about like no, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm mistaking a different game, but either way, there was the whole thing was just like they didn't have a proper build of the game. And even then the review code they sent out to reviewers wasn't the full game. Because even then the full game was, I think there were some reviewers that are like, this doesn't match the stuff that we got. So
it was something like they got a version, like if they were playing it on
PC, and it was PC.
If they were playing it on something, they got a better version straight to them than it was actually made to be.
You're right, because they got only the PC version, and then when eventually the PS4 version came out, was when everybody started to see what the actual fuck happened to the game.
So bad.
What the actual fuck? You played, right? The PS4
I had
version.
it and returned it, and it took like half a year to get my money back.
Oh, you bought it digitally?
Yep.
Damn, man. God damn.
Doesn't matter. I don't think the physical ones you could have even Like they're by the time it rolled out for being able to return your game like to like uh the one place I remember that you could actually return your game was Best Buy, I think.
Uh, Speaking of that, GameStop and Walmart had introduced a whole thing about that too.
Okay.
Where this was new for the time when it was like everything was starting out, where GameStop put out pretty much like notes to employees and whatnot, authorizing returns of open Cyberpunk games.
Were you working at GameStop at the time?
Yes,
God,
that's why I know.
God, yeah, that I think that was the biggest example of a shit show for a game release. Where it's just like there were so many factors into like why at the start it was considered to be like one of the worst games to come out. And like I said, they are trying to improve on it. Obviously, there are like multiple updates, and now like the enhanced versions for current consoles. But it's like it's that sourness of just like this is what the game should have been, or you at least you shouldn't have announced it.
I
Like
think still on console it's bad too, by the way.
I played the trial for PS5. You know, I like the story, but like it, you know, it's a first person shooter. Like
Yeah.
it feels so, I want to say simplistic because you know making video games is hard, but you know I didn't get too far into it. Like I said, my trial ended at like the bombing mission for Johnny Silverhand, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, so I didn't get to experience like any more like dialogue choices and shit like that. So
Yeah, I mean, it's probably worth going through at least once.
I
But I
I
didn't
don't.
really feel. Go ahead,
Ye-
sorry.
no, I'm sorry. It's just like I don't think they added New Game Plus also, because I think that's
Uh,
I think that's something that a lot of
I don't
people were
know.
asking for, because like they wanted a New Game Plus to have all your enhancements to go through the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I still want to give it a shot to get my own experience. Like I said, like I'm one of those persons that would rather have my own experience with it.
Mhm.
But I'm not willing to pay $20 for it. Not yet. I kind of regret not paying like the $5 or the $10 on like multiple outlets that were trying to like get rid of the game because some people were
Yeah.
returning it. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I wasn't expecting like you know me to have a PS5 at this point, and you know the
Dude, for real, I didn't think I'd have a PS5 ever.
Yeah.
Like, that shit's gonna take way longer.
PS4.5.
Um, I definitely think as far as like Zelda goes, I'm happy they're gonna delay it. Um, even if
Yeah.
it's just for like little things, or maybe even like if they just delayed it just for time to like have it come out after maybe another game's coming out, and they're like, we'll hold it off. Regardless of the reason, it's probably beneficial. But same thing with any other game. If you want to delay your game, delay it, please. I'll
Yeah.
wait.
Yeah, just give it time. That's all it is. I have no. That's the thing is that like I know a lot of people like would try to put on Twitter of like I guess I gotta cancel my pre-order now, and it's just
You
like
don't have to.
you don't really have to. I mean, that's your choice,
Really
sure.
don't.
But you know, for me, you know, I'm pretty sure for us in general, we have other shit to play. So it's just like
Mhm.
Yeah.
you know, that's where our time waster goes into is playing these other games,
Mhm.
and then you know, there's that day that comes. It's just like, oh shit, Breath of the Wild 2 is out. Okay, cool.
You know, that's
Yeah,
where that time
exactly.
waster comes out. Yeah, you could learn something or
Yeah.
play this shit ass game.
No, fuck that. I'm gonna be playing my stupid video game, whatever
Yeah,
the fuck.
follow Chonch on Twitch more for stupid video game.
For stupid video. You know the thing that still boggles my mind to this day is Persona 5 being released. It's still one of the craziest things to me because I remember that because that game got announced when I graduated from high school. And it got delayed. When did it come out eventually? Like 2018, 2017, I want to say? I don't know.
Those games.
Well, you're talking about the base game, right?
Yeah, the base game Persona. But I remember it got announced when I was in high school, and that was the thing is that like I was so obsessed with Persona, and it's one of those things where it's just like I can't believe this game's actually out. Same thing with like Devil May Cry 5. It's like, I can't believe we actually got a sequel to Devil May Cry.
And
it's
it's
good, by the way.
And it's good, and it's phenomenal. It's one of my favorite games.
2016?
Yeah.
God
Wow.
damn. Yeah, so
When did you graduate?
I graduated 2015.
Oh, it got announced 2015.
No, but did it get announced 2015?
I thought you said it got announced before you graduated.
The release was 2016. I don't know about when it got announced.
Okay. Because I think it got announced when I was like maybe a sophomore or freshman.
Okay.
So it was one of those things where I was like super hyped. I was like, oh man, I can't wait to play this game. It's going to be great. And then it got delayed, and then there was no word about it for like a couple of like, I want to say like a year or two. And then, I got to like senior year, and I'm like, huh, no Persona 5.
So if it got announced when you were a freshman, it probably took like 9 years to get out.
I think so, yeah. Because I think I don't know. I don't know the whole behind the scenes for that game.
I was making a joke that you got held back.
Oh.
Persona 5 was first announced in 2013.
Oh God, so yeah, sophomore. I would say sophomore. Sophomore or near junior.
Nah, you were sophomore.
Yeah. So yeah, it was one of those things where I was like, at the time, I was like, that series was like something I was just like, holy shit, because I just came off of like Persona 3, and I beat Persona 4, and I was like, can't wait till Persona 5. I want to see where this goes. And then the music was just like, oh man, they're doing acid jazz. Acid jazz seems cool. And then the soundtrack for that series is great. You played Strikers, right?
No, I want to be Royal first.
No, Haller. I thought you played Strikers.
No. I played whatever they gave me for free recently.
Strikers.
Yeah,
Yep,
Strikers.
played it for 10 minutes and then deleted it.
Oh, Jesus.
The game's trash, bro.
Well,
It's
I
not
mean,
League of Legends. Why would I?
Well, it's a Muso. It's a Muso game. It's like it's Dynasty Warriors. That's what it is. Because I think it is the Dynasty Warrior. I think that it's Ninja, Team Ninja. I forget who makes Dynasty Warriors, but yeah, I like the game. Like I said, it's one of those games where it's just like, I can't believe it's out. But yeah, we're gonna come to that point where Breath of the Wild 2 is out, and just like, can't believe it's out. Here we are.
Can't wait. I think my thumbs went invisible. Did they?
Yeah.
They look so tiny, and they.
What are your guys' favorite Zelda game?
I haven't really played much.
Skyward Sword, and people hate me for it.
I think I played.
It's okay to be wrong.
3 or 4 total. I don't remember.
It's not wrong when it's right, so
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah, it's your opinion.
What's your
bro.
favorite game, nerd?
Ocarina of Time,
Oh my god,
baby. But specifically,
I only play the one that was released on every console.
I mean, technically it was actually every Nintendo
I can't
console.
wait for it to be released on my PlayStation 9.
Oh,
Old man.
Zelda 64 on PlayStation. Can't wait.
Oh my god.
No, because like I played the 3DS version. That's the first time I ever played Ocarina of Time.
Oh, so I never touched it in its prime. Whatever.
Okay, boomer. Anyways,
Diablo.
Oh my god.
No, because like that was the way I played it. I really enjoyed that game, and I just had a grand old time. And then I wanted to try Majora's Mask, and I played the fucking 64 version that was emulated on Wii U, and I fucking hated it, because of the control scheme. Because even then, I don't like the 64 controller. I know people like it for some reason, but I didn't like it.
64 controller's nice.
What are you talking? What are you
You
talking?
gotta swing Bowser by his tail. So long,
Yeah.
Bowser.
Yeah, so long, gay Bowser.
No. Bowser, it's okay. He didn't mean it.
So long. I don't know. Like, I just don't like the 64 controller. I have it. Like I still have my N64. I think I still have Mario and Turok and Pokemon Battle Arena.
Turok.
Hey, I got
Pokemon.
Battle Arena too.
Yeah.
Pokemon.
But yeah, I just never had. I would like to actually try to play it on 64, but finding like a copy of Ocarina of Time is like, retro shit is stupid expensive at this point.
I got you, bro. Go to Danbury.
How much are they
There's
selling
the-
it?
I don't know. But there's a retro store there that you could check out.
Okay, I mean the one in over yonder.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he has it, but I think he has like the gold cartridges. No, I forget. Yeah, I remember. I can't see it. It's blurry. Nope.
Oh no, it's never gonna. It's a Pokemon egg hatching.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a copy of Ocarina of Time that you were showing. Well, it's hatching. Very blurry, but hatching.
Oh my
It-
god.
it-
You got a
Firefox. Oh,
whatever.
Phoenix. Phoenix. Fennekin. Okay.
Oh, if that's her name.
Yeah, whatever the fuck that is.
We'll find out the stars really quick. I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just...
Time to make it into candy. Yeah, Ocarina of Time is fun. I played all the Zelda games kind of, except for like the CDI Zelda games.
Oh, bro. What
Uh,
wonderful games those were.
Oh yeah, the CDI. Everybody remembers the CDI.
You're missing out.
I don't think I played any of like the other handheld stuff. I know people like the 3DS game. What is it? Oh god, what is it? Link Between Worlds? Something like that? Where you go to 2D Link. He's like a painting. Okay.
Is that a CDI game you said?
No, it was a 3DS game.
Mm,
I think it is called Link
honestly, don't
Between
remember.
Worlds. Yeah, I know people like that one. And then I got I have the fucking amiibo for Link's Awakening. The cute little toy-looking Link game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Oh, yeah.
overall, almost every Zelda game's worth playing.
Yeah. They're charming. They're all charming.
Yeah.
Even fucking Skyward Sword.
Great game. I don't see a problem with it.
Yep.
I'd put it above probably Zeldas you think are more deserving.
All right. It's your opinion.
Yeah.
Bro.
Sounds like there's a lot of hate there for that one, and I don't understand it.
I don't like motion controls. And I don't think...
Didn't it get re-released?
Yes. And now they decided to actually put the fucking swinging shit on analog.
Oh, you have to use the motion
No,
control still?
You can still use motion controls, but...
Can you turn the motion control off?
Yeah, you can use the analog, like I said. But like...
Yeah, so stop being a bitch. Now play the game regularly.
I don't. I already played it on Wii, alright? I don't want to replay it on fucking Switch.
So you had fun. So you had your fun on the Wii. I actually think you streamed it on Wii.
I did.
Actually, yeah, okay.
I did.
Remember.
Yeah, you don't remember
I do
me
remember you having
going like this?
a tough time.
Going like this? My fucking
Yeah.
sword to do the glow?
Is that the one where you go to the Yeti? And you get the milk from the Yeti or the soup?
No, I think that's Twilight Princess.
Was it? I can't remember.
Because I remember the soup part. I think that's Twilight Princess.
Whichever one you had problem on the ice at was pretty funny. I had a lot of fun watching you do that shit.
I think that was
You
also
were
Twilight.
just falling on ice and couldn't like,
I think that was Twilight
traverse
Princess.
it. Oh, it was very funny.
No, Skyward Sword was the one where I was trying to fly the bird and I could not land. Because I did it.
Bird,
I
man.
couldn't
Such a
figure
good
out the-
game. What a good game, bro.
I
I didn't
don't know.
have any trouble with the motion controls.
I mean-
I was like,
Hold on. To be fair, I did buy... Because I have my amiibos hanging up. I did buy...
oh, that came down blurred. It's
Yeah,
still
you-
blurred.
Oh, God. Hold on. Oh, wow. You can't see that shit.
It looks like you're holding something in a
There we go. It's the Zelda with the bird. Which I remember this shit being like so sought after, like so seeked for. I was trying to say sought after. Sought after. People were fucking hoarding this, and like now it got re-released because it originally was like $20, and like people were like buying a shit ton of these and reselling it for like 50.
I'm not gonna grab it, but over here I have
I'll have the link.
the human from Animal Crossing,
The villager?
the villager, amiibo.
Show us your amiibos, bro.
I'm not gonna go grab it. I
No.
also have silver and gold Mario, and I remember gold Mario coming out and standing in a line to get it. And I didn't want any of these, by the way. It was for a girlfriend, and she wanted them, and stood in line to get them for her. Got them, and I decided I should pick these up. And then I saw that they were going for like $100 online, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, these are probably worth having."
That's
Yeah.
amiibos.
At the time, those things were worth like picking up and reselling. Right now, I don't think they're worth anything anymore. But
I mean, yeah,
Um,
the amiibo market is weird because, like I said, people buy like a shit ton of them and then just
they
resell
do
them.
have editions too. So
Yeah, because like I think for the Zelda one that I have actually works for Skyward Sword for fast travel. That's why everybody was like, "What the fuck is like? Why did you put
That's
fast
funny.
travel in an amiibo?"
how
So
sad is that?
it's pretty bad. That's pretty
How
bad.
sad.
You gotta pay $20 for fast travel. But yeah, like the other amiibos that I got like a couple of Monster Hunter ones. The one that I was so that I was like, I don't know, something in my heart was like, I gotta get this one, was the Monster Hunter Magnamalo amiibo. I think Wesley knows what the Magnamalo is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the main monster for Monster Hunter, and then I got Joker from Persona 5, Hero from Dragon Quest 11, Turi, got that Terry Bogart, and I also got the
Terry Amiibo?
Yeah.
because he's in
Why?
Smash.
For Smash,
Oh,
yeah.
oh, is he really?
Yeah, Terry
Oh, shit.
Bogarto.
That I didn't know.
Such a sought after. So annoying.
You got to sell Terry amiibos.
Do you have Terry in yet? Did he come in? We only have 5. Did someone not pick up their pre-order? Can I have it? Go away.
You're like, I'm gonna bust the wolf you,
So stupid.
rock you. Are you okay?
Come on.
Come on, beat up. So yeah, and then they have like 2 Monster Hunter ones from the Monster Hunter Stories, the RPG Monster Hunter game, and the Metroid Dread Samus and Emmy dual pack. I just have them like hanging like above me because I don't feel like opening the amiibos.
Oh, I've never opened any of mine. It's because, well, one, I don't have the things to use them with. But again, like, I don't know why I bought them. It was just like, like it was one of those things. Like, I had seen so many people in line. I was like, I should probably own a few of these.
Yeah.
Especially when it came to the gold Mario, like it just felt like a variant that people weren't going to get.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the whole thing with collectibles. That actually like brings up a question: like, when you guys get collectibles, do you open the box or? Yeah.
Depends on what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get you because I see Wesley with his Funkos over there.
Oh no, yeah, it's like my sister's whole collection.
Damn, that's a lot of Funkos.
Yeah, I have like a couple that are like old and not really like anything crazy.
Gotcha.
Then she got like the whole like Demon Slayer pops and stuff like that, and like figures. I
Mhm.
got her a couple figures, some little BB pops.
Yeah,
Demon.
because I have a couple of things. You guys saw it on my stream, like the shelf of like figures and shit that I have. Yeah, like the current thing that I'm kind of trying to collect, but obviously it, money, is like the Doom Eternal collectibles. So like in Doom Eternal, there was like these action figures that you found throughout the levels, And pretty much the whole consensus was just like, why don't you guys just make this into real figures? And they did. And they're legitimately like really, really nice. Like they're really nice figures. So I try to keep them in the box. And they're releasing like other ones. I think they're releasing the zombie, the soldier, and the marauder. And the marauder is the one I really want to get. But yeah, so far I have like the imp, the Mancubus, the Doomslayer, I think the Revenant, the Arachnotron, the Pinky, and the
These
Cacodemon.
fucking names, bro.
That's Doom.
I got the cockatoo, the bird-doo-doo, the loo-loo-loo.
Arachnotron. I think my favorite one still has to be the Cacodemon. The Cacodemon is my favorite one.
Show me the cockatoo.
Hold on. I'll show you. I'll show you, girl. I'll show you mine. You gotta show me yours.
Oh, Jesus.
I think I showed this on stream, but
Yeah, the little one-eyed thing.
yeah. Hold on. Again, not blurred. It's adorable.
It's still
If it's not blurred. Oh, wait. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
It looks
Cacodemon.
gross.
I love it.
It looks like it would eat me, and I don't like that.
I love it because it wants to eat me. Yeah, and then I think the biggest one I have is the Mancubus. Let me get the Mancubus. This is a big boy.
Jesus.
This is a big boy. There we go. Big boy Mancubus.
Yeah, I guess like that's more so what it is, right? Like, I got nowhere to put that type of shit, man. Like, I wouldn't want it out and about around my house, I guess.
Yeah, to be fair, like I'm losing like shelf space. That's also the other thing. Like
I guess like if you had like specifically a room for gaming, you would put those around that room.
Kratos. Chibi Kratos. Ivan? I didn't hear you.
I said, why?
Why? I mean, he's a
Not why you buy, why make?
because these are Nendroids.
Okay, so it's not Sony like directly.
I mean, it's a Sony product. It's officially
Sony
licensed.
yeah.
Yeah. But Nendroids are like, they're known to be like chibi versions of characters. So they're really, really popular, obviously.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I still gotta get Dante. There's a Nendroid Dante. Sorry.
See, I think Dante would look fine like that, but Kratos is such like a figure of like, I guess, manliness, essentially what you would call it. Seeing him chibi is just weird.
He has a yelling face, if that makes it better. I don't know if you heard me. He has a yelling face. I don't know if that makes it more manly.
No.
Yeah, like I have a bunch of shit that like I'm just looking at. I'm like, wow, that's the shit I bought. I'm running out of shelf space. Like I have a fucking, I completely forgot. I have a DMC3 lady figure that's just still in box. I think I opened it just to see if the contents were all in there, and then I just closed it back up, and it's just gathering dust.
It's been touched by human hands. You can't do that. You can't sell it anymore.
I can't sell it anymore. But that's the thing is that like you can rip people off if you don't, check. I could just put in like a brick, be like, here's lady. Enjoy your DMC3 figure.
I do have to get out of here, kid, because I got to do some things in the morning.
Wow, cannot believe this. But yeah, I guess that's it for the podcast. I was just rambling at this point. But gentlemen, thank you for hanging out. Video games. I got nothing.
Video games are fun, man. Also, don't ever put NFTs in them. Period.
Don't do that. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Just one more thing. Unreal Engine 5 is out. So I guess if you're interested in making video games, Unreal Engine 5 is out and about, so you can play around with it. 2 games are, I believe, using Unreal Engine 5. Obviously one of them is The Witcher. the new one that's going to come out, and Square Enix has announced that they're doing another Tomb Raider game that's going to be using the Unreal Engine.
Thought First Spoken was using it now.
No, it's using the Luminous
Four?
engine. It's
Oh,
using
okay.
the engine that was used for Final Fantasy 15.
Okay.
So that's just some little minor thing, but yeah, thank you guys for being here, Wesley, Tyler. You know, we talk about, I don't know what we talked about, to be honest.
That's about everything, man.
Right.
No, yeah. It's always fun being with you guys. Yeah, I just have to, like I said, I have to do adult things in the morning and
I feel
like
you.
just handle a bunch of stuff. But yeah, man. Anytime you need me, just let me know.
All right. Hopefully you're not sleeping again.
Next time I will not be sleeping. I apologize. I feel bad because I definitely set you guys back. I shouldn't have.
Yeah, now you have adult stuff to do now. Adult
Well,
man.
hopefully I don't sleep through that stuff either, bro. Because it's very important.
That's fair enough. All right. I guess we're signing off now. Yeah, I guess we have to sign off now. All right.
Yeah, I'll catch y'all later. Have a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.